We're all set? Okay. Start the recording.
Recording in progress.
All right, we'll get started. The regular Norwich Select Board meeting of Wednesday, July 9th, 2025. I'm Board Chair Mary Layton. To my left is Marcia Calloway, Kimo Griggs, Sullivan Vincent, Matt Sweat, and the manager, Brennan Duffy. So we're going to get started with the agenda. Are there any amendments to the agenda? So,
I'd like to request that we remove number 11, the Lister contract extension, because I don't think that we have any business discussing it, and I will quote from our Select Board Handbook. Select Board may not regulate how another elected official performs his or her duties. The Vermont Supreme Court has long held that, quote, there is no authority in the selectmen to prescribe the method by which another elected official performs his duties, nor any power to prevent his carrying out of his official responsibilities by the imposition by them of arbitrary restrictions. And further, insofar as the Select Board members interject themselves into duties for which they have no responsibility and for whose performance the petitioner has full responsibility, their actions amount to an arbitrary abuse of their powers as selectmen. I don't see why we should be discussing the listers. And as for the contract itself, twice before we've had this same kind of issue regarding the same listers clerk come up, and twice before the Select Board has said the town manager has the authority to sign it. It's under $10,000, so go sign it.
okay, do you want to make a motion?
I would like to move that we strike number 11, Lister contract extension, from the agenda.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Discussion? Go ahead, Marcia.
This is a budget issue, which is completely in the realm of the select board.
Guess we see things differently.
Is it not a budget issue?
It's not a budget issue, I don't think. It's a contract issue. It's within the budget of, that's already been approved for the listers.
Does anyone else want to add before I chime in?
I had a question, and I apologize for missing the last time's meeting, but I did watch it on the video, and it seemed like it was pushed to this meeting because we wanted to understand the issue better, and it was brought up because our one employee town manager, kind of came to us for essentially just like a question or guidance, and that seemed we didn't need to rule on the listers budget or how they spend their things or whatever, but it seemed like that was a way for him to ask the whole select board, just for guidance. That guidance might be, you have the authority to, like, the guidance might very well be what has happened in the past. You have the authority, you should sign it. But I don't think it's unreasonable for an employee to ask their employer for guidance if they feel like there's an issue.
Okay. Kimo, do you want to weigh in?
In my reading of it, it only becomes an issue if the listers are threatening to go over their budget. They have a budget, they will stay within that budget. They're required to stay within that budget. I don't see that we have an issue if that doesn't happen.
I see. Okay. I agree with Matt. Our employee wanted some guidance. It is, it's a little bit of a awkward situation with the town manager and I think both the town clerk and the listers department, in that our manager doesn't have any managerial authority over these elected officials, but he may be in a situation where, for instance, he's going to sign a contract that felt, also noticing the other part, which was the listers, giving themselves a raise, and just wondering how that fits into our budgetary process and our personnel process and how we want to. Well, it's not, it is part of the topic. Part of it's the contract, as it's been stated before. Well, actually, you know what? We should probably vote on the agenda item because now we're actually getting into the agenda item, I think.
Mhm.
Okay, but I think it's proper to bring it up. Yes.
Rolandberg, and I'm sitting before you as a lister. I agree that all other times that this has come to the select board, it was sent back to the town manager to handle. It is in the master financial policies of this select board in town to allow the signing of a contract of this dollar amount within our budget with the explanation that we will take this through a certain period of time. And in the meanwhile, do as others have suggested in the packet, the contents in the packet. So this contract is well within the authority of the town manager to handle, who could have come to the listers to talk with us about this matter if there was concern, but we have yet to have a conversation with the town manager. With the listers, which would be the most appropriate discussion, even though there's no authority of the town manager over the board of listers who are elected town officials.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Other public comments? Any other discussion? All right, well, let's have a vote. So, Marcia, how do you vote?
No,
Okay,
What is the motion?
The motion was to strike.
Strike
this.
number
Yes,
11.
yes, yeah, it's like, what did I say?
okay, Kimo,
Yes.
you're a yes. Okay, Matt? No. Okay, and I'm a no. So I guess we'll discuss it further. Brennan?
I have a request for an addition to the agenda.
Okay.
So we have received a quote, a single quote for the Tracy Hall boiler replacement project. That deadline was 4 o'clock on Monday. The one quote we have came in above the $219,000 estimate that we had been working off of in April, and the board approved spending up to that amount for the project. So I think we need to act timely here. And I would like to get this on the agenda as, I guess, a review and approval to spend up to a higher level, which in this case is $238,664 is what the actual quote came in as. So it's about $20,000 higher than what we had anticipated. But I think, again, in the interest of timeliness to get the project underway, if we wait till the 23rd of July, we've lost 2 weeks there. And I think it's fairly straightforward what we're doing here.
Ursula?
Is it legal for us to add an item to an agenda when the agenda has been warned without it?
I think we've done it for storm-related issues. We don't have to add it tonight. It will just push the process back.
Well, unless we had a special meeting.
I'm just talking about tonight. Like, we don't have to have it tonight. We could have a special meeting. We could do it in 2 weeks. So, Masha?
I think it fairly falls under number 7, which is Tracy Hall improvements, which is a pretty broad category.
Oh, that's interesting. So, are people amenable to at least discussing it under Tracy Hall improvements?
Yeah.
Masha is, but you know, yeah. Okay. Kimo?
Yes, do we have any do we have the bid?
We have bid documents that I can hand out to.
Okay, yes.
Okay, and Priscilla, is that okay with you or?
I'm sorry, my brain is not good. This was a quote for what again?
So we were replacing the boilers.
Yeah, okay, so the boiler project,
So in April,
okay,
we had approved a certain amount based on the engineer's estimate. What we
Okay.
found in real life is that the quote is higher than that, so we
Got
need to approve a higher amount.
I think that falls under Tracy Hall too.
Okay, so if we're through solve, have a motion, please.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Have a second?
Second.
To chemo. So let's see, so about,
Yes.
and chemo
Yes.
and Priscilla?
No,
Okay, that's fine. Matt?
Yes.
And I'm yes. All right. On the chair's report, I'm about to establish this agenda a little bit for the next agenda because I'll be away for a week. Also started doing some research to bring the purchasing policy before the board, compare the one we have to the VLCT current template. And then Brennan is getting suggestions and information from department heads about changes that might just make it more up to date. So that's in the future, hoping to bring it to people's attention probably in August. So what else? Oh, just when we get to correspondence, it seemed like there were several items that could be agenda items, if you want to talk about them at that point. For instance, Marcia brought up the fact that with the zoning bylaws, they can be approved by the select board or it can come to a vote. Peter Orner talked about summer speeding. Stephen Hepburn wants to have some guidance, more guidance for the finance committee. And also, Priscilla, I think you've been talking about enforcement of the dog list. So, but do you want to maybe talk further during correspondence?
whenever you want me to,
Or
I could.
like all those, is that okay with the board? Talk about those future agenda items at that point?
I mean, I didn't submit any correspondence for the packet about it.
All right, I just didn't want to ignore it. You know,
Well, then why don't I just mention now, we got a report from Lily, because I had corresponded with you, but
right,
we got a report from the town clerk saying these are the dogs that are not licensed and therefore, as far as we know, not vaccinated either. Under the current dog ordinance, there should be some kind of steps taken, and I don't know whether the select board has to say to somebody, okay, you go do that, but it seems to me if nothing is done, then what's the point of having any ordinance at all?
okay,
And these are dogs that Lily tried repeatedly to get the owners to do something about them.
okay. All right. That's it for the chair's report. We'll move on to the public comments for items not on the agenda. Any public comments? Go ahead, Priscilla.
I would just like to thank Officer Fouché. It'll probably go down as a citizen assist, but I'm terrible with technology, as anybody who knows me knows, and I got tangled up in my phone and I couldn't untangle it. And he was parked across the street from my house, so I went over and he put down his window and I said, can you straighten out my phone?
The
And
phone on the cord?
his phone.
Oh, okay.
And he did.
Help with your phone.
He did it immediately, and I just went, publicly thank Officer Fouché.
That's nice. That's community policing. I would
Right.
say. All right, any other public comments? Okay, let's move on to the animal control ordinance. So we're working with version 8. Would anyone like to comment about where we're at with this, or? Yes, go ahead.
I
Priscilla.
thought Marcia had some very helpful clarifications on things like, who's the dog owner.
Okay. I wanted to add a note of reassurance, but I think the way we were discussing this last time, I think, was just to frame this as an ordinance that would be broad enough that we could still have a conversation with dog owners after it's passed, but that it does have enforcement ability. So I'm envisioning that this is not the end of the conversation. There's going to need to be a part two. Because I still think there are people who do want to have off-leash opportunities. And we still have, we have the sports fields to work around. It's very unclear to me about the dog park idea. So I still think there's a conversation that needs to happen. Should we, finally pass this ordinance? But to me, I think it's workable. I'm hoping that we might decide to pass it tonight. So that's kind of where I stand on it. How do others feel? How about you, Matt?
When we began this discussion like a bunch of months ago, I think John Kerr was kind of asking, how did we get here? And this was at the very beginning of this. And so I wanted to kind of reiterate something and then kind of walk our way towards where we're at now and maybe provide some structure, because I completely understand the uncomfortableness of people that are worried that we would take away off-leash time at Huntley. And so, I think it's very fair to ask that if this were to be passed, that it should be passed in conjunction with, our what the select board would think about hours or off-leash, like how we would define off-leash time at Huntley. And because I reread this from the lens of sort of someone who loves going down there and taking my dog off leash. And I could see that section 13 can be very uncomfortable if there's not a level of trust that we come up with a even-handed, or some even-handed compromise. And so we began this topic by because the dog ordinance needed to be updated for the because statute had changed and we needed to update it. We chose to use the VLCT model because that had kind of been kicked around for long enough and it was fairly well vetted. As it's been pointed out, we added number 13 because as we're updating things, we kind of took into account the past decades worth of people's thoughts and concerns about dogs in town. And I think that when we and then over in less than a year, there'd been two off-leash dogs had bitten people at Huntley. So one was a child and who was riding a bike. The other was an adult. Both were off leash. Both were at Huntley. Both were within the year. So there's some impetus to moving to figuring out how we can improve this for everybody to use Huntley, the very public place that it is. So I think that then based on the input from lots of citizens, from department heads, the rec department, the police department, we came up with an initial proposal, and keeping dogs off of the playing fields was that is the way that the Vermont League of the Principals Association, has advocated for that. And if you go over to the fields over near Fogs, you're not allowed to have dogs on the fields, and plenty of other towns, that's kind of standard, no dogs on the fields, period. And so, but we heard comments from people that want to use the fields for dogs down at the park, down at Huntley, and we revisited that to not in season, because that at least maintains sort of like the good state of the field for kids when they're playing on it. And then we talked more about off-leash, what does off-leash mean? And I think that it is important for dog owners who want to take their dogs off leash and walk around Huntley to be able to do that. And I also think that it's very important that we can have sports games and not have dogs, running off leash and interfering with them. I think it's important that some of the citizens of Norwich who just don't want to be approached by a dog can go down there and walk and have fun and enjoy that place as well. So that's where it seems like some sort of hours of off-leash or on-leash time, depending on how you want to define it, it seems to be the fairest path for everybody. And so, I would even go as far as to say, I think it's important to define off-leash hours for people who want to take their dogs off leash and under control, in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. And then, the other on leash hours are good for people who are playing sports, or as we mentioned in one of these things, our rec department is supported by our public works, who come down there and mow and who line the fields, and they've expressed challenges sometimes with off-leash dogs chasing the lawnmowers and things like that. So a long-winded way of saying, I would, if we're going to pass this, I would support hours to be defined, that maybe if we were to go find, as far as talking about what a vision might look like, it would be, 3 different kiosks where you enter the Huntley Meadows, one at the top of either one of the stair entrances from the parking lot, and then one as you come over the bridge. And those are kind of like the 3 major entries that sort of define that no dogs on the sports fields when they're in play or when they're in season. And that definition can be very easily articulated, because Bree already has printouts that she gives to the lawn crew about which ones to mow. She can literally just put out that map and on the kiosks, and you can just walk up to it, and it's a visual representation of kind of like which ones are in season. So even if they're lined and like kind of the lines are mowed off for that day, you can know which ones to keep your dogs off of. And then I think that it might be fair to say something like dogs must be on leash from 10 to 12, that's pretty much the time that Public Works would be mowing on weekdays. And then dogs must be on leash from 3:30 to 6, from 3:30 to 7, because that's the time where like the majority of the large scale stuff that goes on there is going on. That's where the sports games are. And I think that it's very fair to say dogs must be on leash when there's lots of people down there. That's sort of low hanging fruit. And then at all other times, dogs can be off leash and under control of their owner. And I think we've defined, I don't know if we need to define under, I think under control is a definition in itself, and then on weekends, what did I write? Dogs must be on leash from 2 to 7, and then at all other times can be off leash. So that gives a chunk in the middle of the day on the weekends when, again, there's lots of sports stuff and a lot of people stuff going along. But then on either side of that, there's a lot of time where people can have off leash, under control dogs. I talked to Bree about this. We had a big sit down down there. I've talked to a lot of other dog owners about this, and maybe that is one way of doing it.
And are your suggestions that would be outside of the ordinance, like it would be the first step 2 of trying to get something really workable for everyone, or?
Yeah, it was acknowledging that if you look at section 13 and you're really concerned about maintaining off-leash time for obviously well-behaved off-leash dogs, like I can see that A, B, and like that without us giving some definition to this, that just having us pass it, I can understand pushback. So I would say that
Suggesting that it should be more specific.
I was suggesting that if we're going to pass the ordinance, that we should also create the rules as may be adopted by the select board, the first pass at that. Instead of just saying that we'll talk about it later.
Part of the ordinance instead of leaving it flexible so that you could try something out.
No, I think in parallel, because I think that the ordinance, I think that at least as the select board, we kind of agree that the ordinance gives us a fair amount of flexibility.
Okay.
But I think that passing, when I'm reading what people are commenting, I also understand that just passing this ordinance without actually giving any sort of definition to the rules that that we would advocate to adopt at Huntley.
So you might suggest maybe tabling the ordinance and developing a set of rules as a kind of a pilot project?
I think,
So that
I
they
think
can
that the
roll out at the
ordinance,
same
I
time.
think that the ordinance and the first set of, and our rules should be passed at the same time.
Okay, but the ordinance would be as written and the rules would be our rules?
Yes,
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, I see.
sorry, it's hard to, I got a lot of things going on here, but like, I feel like it's not, I don't want to write our rules into the ordinance because that makes it very inflexible.
Right, exactly.
I like that the ordinance leaves flexibility. I acknowledge that for dog owners who are really concerned about time to have off-leash time at Huntley, that like, they can't support this because they don't know what our rules are going to be.
Right.
And I think that like, I think that it's very important that we understand that like, we're writing this to be flexible so that we can put rules in place so that hopefully in the next year, there are no bites. And maybe those rules, if everybody is kind of satisfied with them, are rules that work. Maybe there's more bites and we have to go back and revise the rules. But I think that like, I think giving on leash times, specific times that dogs have to be on leash, that are the times where it's most busy or there's work being done in the field is like the best, is a good first step. And then if that doesn't work, then we have to expand the on leash times.
Right, to have the ability to be flexible to try to get a good solution on the rules part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I want to hear from others. Marcia, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the ordinance has to remain flexible, but I'm remembering that Brennan can speak to this, there's a 60-day period, right, before it becomes effective. And it seems to me that within that 60-day period, what we could do tonight is say, we put together perhaps a committee, that represents people who want dogs on a leash, people who want dogs not on a leash, people who live around the neighborhood. Maybe they could come up with some suggestions that they give to us and we commit to ourselves to coming up with a schedule before the 60 days passes. So that by the time the thing is effective.
Okay, there's another thought. What do you think, Kimo?
Well, I think you could also make the passing of this subject to the development of those definitions and rules. So you're going to have 60 days. Presumably you can do it within 60 days, but if you don't, it has to be pushed off. I don't think it will be, but
I'm not quite as comfortable with that because I think there's other things in here besides the
So-
leash part.
I agree with you, but I'm not sure how you pass this with the language that's in here and allow people to trust that we're going to forward. We're in the same position we are as if we were passing it today and it went into effect today. It will go into effect in 60 days, and if nothing happens, it'll go into effect. And so the people who are afraid that nothing's going to happen will still be afraid nothing's going to happen, and we haven't put anything in writing that would say it. So if you make it subject to the development of these definitions, then we have to do it, or someone has to do it.
Or we could accomplish the same thing by having a motion tonight that creates a committee or otherwise crystallizes how we're going to do it and when we're going to do it and by what date it must be done.
Yes, okay, I think yeah. And if it doesn't get done, this doesn't pass.
Well, I think you have to pass it or not pass it, I think, but maybe Brennan has an idea, but I also want to mention one other thing that's just like here and there, but it just struck me today as I was reading it for the 50th time. 3750 is one of the fines, and I don't get 3750.
I think it's half of $75.
Is that what it is? Okay. All right. And as far as my memo, it just crossed my mind that, presumably owner is enough, but I'm mindful of active and constructive possession of anything and how that works, and if it's clear enough to everybody, fine, but, and then I did think that 13C needs to be tweaked just a little to say rules as designated by the select pursuant to paragraph 13B, so that it doesn't look like the Recreation Department is publishing rules on its, own initiative.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
So I would change C to the town shall publish reasonable notice. I don't think the select board is in the business of telling the recreation department what to do. We're in the
But
business
we're
of,
not publishing it though.
It's the published
It's
publication.
like the giving notice of when something can happen. We don't
But that's-
specifically. do
That's
that.
why I
was
added,
telling the recreation department they have a job to do. And that's not our job.
Well,
Well, I mean, if you say the town,
that's sort of, how do you delegate the idea, right? So we would probably, we might have to have a policy in addition to the ordinance to make this work.
well,
why
Our-
not just
our employee is the town manager, and he is the supervisor for the recreation
Right,
department.
so that's the sort of delegation part of that.
So we could say the town manager shall ensure that this is published, or the town.
The town manager shall direct the recreation department to publish reasonable notice, because it's the rec department, as Matt said, that has the cool maps. But as designated by the select board pursuant to,
Where will they post it?
guess where they,
I was assuming that those would be the kiosks, like that they would post the rules at the 3 kiosks where when you enter into
Okay,
Huntley.
here it says publish. So they have a website. It's not on the town website. If we just say the town, it's going to happen. It can be delegated. If the system changes over time, or whoever sees the fields or whatever, the town is still going to take care of it.
let's liken it to notices. Notices have to be published, and they say in certain places, so we could say, publish and post in however we want to say it.
Well,
It might
okay,
might
I'm
be
not sure what the
input
resistance is, but
beyond the recreation department. I mean, that's probably a good vehicle to publish because they're publishing information about who's using the field. But there also need to be input about when DPW has to mow and things like that. That's a little bit more than just handing it over to the recreation department. That's not going to work at all. But I think you're right. Maybe we need a more general way to express that this information would be published so that people know what the schedule is. So,
I think it can hurt.
Matt was suggesting we have kiosks right there at Huntley. I think we need something right there. We don't currently have a little kiosk.
There's like, no, not really.
No, but we need proper signage.
Yeah, and we talked,
At Huntley.
I mean, that it serves a dual purpose too, because like, so having good kiosks there gives the recreation department the ability to post information about sports teams and sign like things that you can sign up for, and it just gives it gives people a place to read about what's going on through the rec department, as well as information about when your dog needs to be on leash and when your dog can be off leash. So I think that those having kiosks down there, it can serve a multiple purposes. And then the fun part is just figuring out how to make that information really easy to read and simple enough to follow. So that's where I was like, your dogs have to be on leash 10 to 12 and 3:30 to 7. And other than that, you can walk them free, but they have to be under control on weekdays. And then as these hours came up, they weren't arbitrary, Free and I kind of talked about and not that she's the sole arbitrator of hours, but it's important to, she knows everything that's going on there for major events and how it's used and how it's what time they line it and what time they cut it. And and also, what was interesting, as a side note, sometimes people will rent the pavilion down there. And like,
Right.
if you give these hours, if you say dogs have to be on leash on weekends from 2 to 7, and people want to rent the pavilion, Bree then has the flexibility to say, well, their dog's off leash from like, dawn till 2. Do you want to rent during that time? Or if you rent from 2 to 7, then you know that like there aren't going to be dogs wandering around. So if somehow like the kids that you have there are triggered by dogs, then rent it from 2 to 7. Like, it gives her more flexibility too.
Right.
I don't know, we went in a lot of depth on this. I don't know if it's the right solution, but it's like, it's not a real bad, like, it's not a terribly bad solution, because I think it gives morning, afternoon, and evening times for dogs to be walked free, which is generally what people do around the loop. It keeps them off of the sports fields when they're in season. And it gives people who don't want to run into off-leash dogs for any reason, time also that is guaranteed.
Okay.
Safe time.
Thank you. So we've got an ordinance before us, and we've got an idea about rules that, as our council said, we can have rules on town-owned property anyway without an ordinance. So what do we want to do to our process here? Do we want to try to pass this ordinance tonight, or do we want to try to build some more trust by maybe tabling it and developing a set of rules and rolling them out together, or what would make sense?
I'd like to see a final wordsmithing, it's so close, but it's not perfect.
I see.
Uh,
So we're
Perfectly.
looking at version 9, is that what we're saying?
And I'd like to see the formation of a group that could begin to work on definitions and rules. Well, I mean, how else are we going to?
Well, I think, we're getting very close.
Hmm.
And we have our concerned constituents here who don't want that, sense of trust to go away, which is important. It's important to build trust. And it's also important to try to have people be safe when they're using our public facility. So we've got that balance. I'm a little at loss for words. So
How would you suggest definitions and rules get made, defined?
well, I just think it's a separate process from passing this ordinance,
Agreed.
because, that was one of my questions for council, is like how specific to make it? What if you got really specific and it just didn't work, right?
Yeah.
And I said, well, first of all, you don't have to have rules for what's going to happen on town. You don't have to have an ordinance to make rules for what happens on town property. So you can just make rules and try them out and see what works.
Yeah.
So there's that aspect. If we do, but the way we framed it is if there is an incident that has to do with an off-leash dog, we do have enforcement ability through the ordinance. So, let's just say devil's advocate, we strip out 13. You just get it out of there and have rules. We could go that route, but we won't have the enforcement piece.
Right.
So we could go that route. We could maybe table this or make a few little tweaks in a version 9. But we're still going to come to the same point where are we going to pass it or not? But also there needs to be some flexibility for rules. And like Matt did some research on what might be very sensible rules, right? He took it upon himself to have research with the recreation director. If we have a committee, as Marcia suggests, we could also bring in some dog owners and bring in some people that would like to not interact with dogs and kind of,
People who
And
live nearby.
residents.
and
Yeah,
people who live nearby, all the constituents, the types of constituents that we've heard from, to try to make those rules really sensible. So to me, it's two parallel paths.
Can we pass this tonight if we make a couple of word changes?
I don't think we'd have the final thing in front of us. We probably have to go to version 9.
You made some really good suggestions, I thought.
We can go to version 9 if that's what people want. We could do that. We could also get started on establishing a committee. We could do that.
Yeah, I think those, if wordsmithing is important here, then I think that we should start a committee to define the rules as well. And because I think the ideal is that we pass this and the rules at the same time, because then everybody, like, the ideal is that everybody, as many people as possible support this. If we don't pass rules and pass this, I think we will be missing out on people supporting this because they just won't feel comfortable not knowing what the rules are going to be. I don't know if I expressed that correctly, but like,
No, I think.
I think this, it needs to be passed together. How about that? And
Like a parallel process.
Yeah. yeah,
Okay, so we got parallel process there. We've got tweaking here and also Priscilla liked some of
Well,
Marcia's
I-
edits and things.
I think the parallel, to me,
The parallel
do your little
process.
tweaking with the words and speaking just as one person out of the whole town. I liked Matt's ideas because he went and talked to Bree. Put that in writing, have it in the next packet so people have a chance to look at it in advance.
So maybe develop a charge for a dog committee or something.
I don't know, do we need a whole, I don't know, committees? I don't know, I thought Matt did a great job, but, you know, so, but what if we just said, all right, they didn't want to do any little tweaks, we tweak. And at the same time, here's a suggestion for the hours and see if we can put them both on the agenda at the same time. Everybody has time to look at them there in the packet. The agenda is properly warned and maybe we can pass something.
Well, that's a thought. So you're suggesting that Matt maybe write up something.
What he reported.
What he said.
happy to
Yeah.
do that and then take comment on it. That might be easier than forming a committee.
Okay,
And it wasn't only like the hours and thoughts were not just by talking. I just want to be clear.
yes,
It was not only by talking to Bree, but talking to dog owners, to
yes,
Public Works, to like other people too. So,
okay.
and the more people, the
So-
better. Like,
If you all agree that we do the sort of parallel process, we don't pass this tonight, we move it forward maybe to the next meeting, right? But we tweak the language because there's interest in that. I think we've got 3 people that want to tweak language, but then we roll it out together
Mhm.
and see if that goes across nicely. Okay, so if we all agree on that, then we got to talk about what language to tweak for our version 9.
I just want
Go ahead, Marcia.
to, I'm very concerned that when we talk about the second document, it's a schedule. I don't think it's going to do any good to, when you talk about definitions in that document, the definitions should live in this document.
Right.
The ordinance. And so all we're doing is coming up with a schedule, basically the thing that would be posted.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I was just using the
and maybe
language.
where
that
it's
was
going to be
being
posted,
thrown
how
around.
it's going to be posted. Like,
People were talking about definitions and,
I mean, I'm comfortable going forward tonight and just tweak the things, because there's only a few things that anybody's brought up. And then set a date that we're going to have this done by, like
About the
Yeah.
next meeting,
the
Christmas?
next meeting.
yeah.
Because
we
we've
need to
got-
get it done.
Yeah.
Once the ordinance is approved, we still have 60 days before
Right.
it's official. So if Matt's got something together for next meeting, that's well within the 60 days and gives us time to, talk about it and
Mhm.
do it again.
I think that'd be a good plan. So let's talk about the language that needs tweaking. So, Priscilla and Chemo, you liked Marcia's edits, so we
Yeah,
listen to
I
them?
liked her as,
Yeah.
and the only thing that I think because I don't think we should be mentioning recreation department. I just think that should be the town.
Okay,
How
so,
about this? The town manager shall publish and post reasonable notice as to such, where did it go?
fields,
Yeah, I have
As to
fields.
such areas and rules.
Shall publish and post reasonable notice on fields, the town website, and the recreation department website as to such areas and rules as designated by the select board pursuant to paragraph 13B above.
It's awfully specific, though. What happens if we
Well,
don't do one of
It's
those?
specific in this regard, that it will be published and posted at the fields. If I'm a person, I always go to a website and say, what does the town say I can do? And then some people would look and say, this is on a rec field. What does the rec department think I can do? Right? So it would be in those 3 places.
I think it might be too specific.
So publish and post.
I think reasonable notice as to such areas as rules it's like covers it enough.
How are we gonna tell people where to look?
Well, they're already gonna look for the softball game or the potluck. And
Well,
there's a
I'm-
lot of outreach there.
I'm thinking like, my kids come to town with their dog, right? And so they look at stuff like that. So how's the visitor
Put it on
gonna
the
come?
web- put it on the website.
I think that's something we can work on.
But that's sort of,
Make it-
that
make it
seems like town
effective.
manager delegation job,
Yeah,
you know?
We should ask him.
Yeah.
yeah. it
So
does
let's
seem to
ask
be-
our town manager, as far as notice of when on and off leash dog walking would happen. What are your thoughts?
So I think the most effective place would be on site. I think putting a sign up at each location that mentioned is a great idea. And that would be kind of as you're entering the park, whether you knew about it beforehand or after, you've now been noticed that you can't have your dog off leash during certain hours. So I think that would be the primary. We certainly have a website. We could put something up. You know, how does someone search out and find dog hours on the website? That might be hard. And the recreation department could certainly do it too. So the website's easy. I mean, that takes minutes. The signs we'd have to design and purchase, and it would cost money, but I think that would be the most effective way of educating people about the rules.
Okay. Go
Couldn't-
ahead, Kimo.
Couldn't we just say the town shall publish post reasonable notice of areas and rules?
I think so,
Kind of
personally.
covers it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's say that again. We can,
The town shall publish and post reasonable notice as to such areas and rules.
As designated by the select board pursuant to paragraph 13B above.
oh, come on, Marcia.
I'm not sure you really want that.
We're doing.
And I think, do we give out Matt's phone number now or?
That's right. Just come to the bottom of my driveway and I'll tell you.
Do you want to come on up and? It's very quick. Come on up. Sure.
Hi, Alexa Manning. Very quick. I just want to know, obviously there's going to be public comments, or are we all holding any public comments? Because there's lots of people over here squirming until a certain time.
We're still we're working through our process here. So it sounds like we all agree there'll be a dual process. We will not pass this ordinance tonight because we want to build some public trust. And we want to go in the direction of also having rules that are, not specific to the ordinance. Because if we put them in the ordinance, it could be specific and not work well. Right? But then if we sort of leave it as general as it is, then people are going, whoa. They could.
No, I wasn't even asking for that level of specificity. I was just asking, are we holding all the public comment until you guys are
Yes.
done?
I want to get.
Understand my question.
Would really like to get that firmed up a little bit, yes, but
That's all I was
definitely be time for public comments. Go ahead, Marcia.
I was still thinking that we could tweak it, approve it tonight, and then we're in the 60-day period. Matt does the
So we
schedule.
would come in and sign it, just come into the town and sign it. We wouldn't sign it with handwritten piece on it, right?
No.
So it really is amending it again. So it
Right.
really is version 9. But we could do that, and it could be at the town office, I suppose,
Mhm.
to come in and sign.
I would prefer to get buy-in on the rules before we sign anything, before we pass anything. I think that's fair.
Okay. All right, so it does seem to me like we're not going to pass it tonight, but we should talk about the tweaks, because it sounds like people do want that. So one thing was, what would have been 1C.
Yeah.
Okay, what was your other?
The other
Tweak.
one was 13. If you look at the definition of owner on page 3, it does say actual or constructive possession. I'm not sure if people understand how that relates to, say, a dog walker. So and it says, it has the funny thing at the end that says the term also includes those persons who provide food and shelter to a dog. So I thought maybe we just need to add exercise or other services.
So they could be talking about a dog walker, or it could be that the dog belongs to my sister and I take it for a walk, that kind of thing, to
Right.
provide that kind of flexibility.
Just
So the
making-
actual would be actual owner, and constructive would be someone who's sort of operating the dog.
That's right.
Dog operator. Like dog
Actually,
guardian.
dog driver. Constructive.
Oh, no, the owner,
No,
actually.
no, it isn't.
Oh, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Oh,
Actually
shit.
means having direct,
Sometimes it's
physical
legally, it's a pain in the neck.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try to get it right.
So I just suggested owner means any person who has actual or constructive possession of a dog, which is, this is from page 3. Term also includes those persons who provide food and shelter to a dog, comma, exercise, comma, or other
Okay, so
services.
it's more inclusive.
Yeah.
Does everyone agree with that, edit?
Sure.
Okay, so that one's okay. And also 1C is another edit, sit up there,
Yeah,
right?
1C.
What was your other one? That was it? That's it? Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, well, I think since we also want to get this rules thing going, I think this might work. Brendan's
I
got,
was just gonna request if Marcia is the keeper of the final language, if she could send me an email tomorrow,
yeah,
just exactly what it is you want, and we'll have a revision 9, then it would be in the next packet with a clean.
okay,
Okay.
so it sounds like we've got a plan here. All right, so it won't be tabled, it will be another revision. Our police chief will be,
You'll love it.
say, wow, version nice. Okay,
Well,
so let's take some public comment. If people want to comment on the animal control ordinance, you can come on up. Sure.
Hello, Alexa Manning again. All right. First of all, I want to thank Matt for doing all the research and talking to lots of people and coming up with what I think are some really good starting points for things that could potentially work. And so I want to appreciate his time. I know he's talked to a lot of people. I know he's talked to me, he's talked to Bree, he's talked to a lot of people. So thank you, Matt, for that, which was clearly a lot of work and a lot of effort. Related to some things that I was hearing today and things that I've read and looked at version 8. I want to reiterate what I think Matt was also trying to get at, which is if you look at the current version from the perspective of somebody who would like to be able to have off-leash time with their dog, there is 100% no guarantee that there would be even so much as 1 minute of off-leash time. Now, I understand that you all are sitting here thinking, well, we're going to make some rules and there's going to be some off-leash time, but there is no promise of that. And, we're making actual laws here. You guys could all get struck by lightning tomorrow, and there could be a brand new select board and they all hate dogs and they don't want any off-leash time, and that's the end of that. So I think it's really important then when we're passing laws, when we're making laws, that we're not making a law that's kind of subject to kind of trusting that someone or some group is or isn't going to do this or might not do this. So I do 100% agree that if you're going to get buy-in from invested dog owners in the town, that not only do these need to be parallel processes, so like we're working on tweaking the ordinance while we're working on figuring out how we're going to make the rules, but they have to be voted for at the same time in the same meeting. Because voting in the ordinance and then saying, well, during the 60 days, we'll make the rules, that gives nothing in terms of trust to the dog owners. So they have to not only be worked on at the same time, but they have to be voted on at the same time. That 60-day time that's supposed to be there, my understanding is that that's a 60-day time for basically like public comment or issues or things to be brought up. And we need to be respectful of that 60-day time, which is for the citizenry and other people to react. It's not for the citizenry to wait to see what the rules are, and potentially the select board is going to show up with the rules on day 59 and a half. That's not what that 60 days is for. So I just want to say that I think it's essential that they be presented and voted on at the same time, at the same meeting as one package. So that was one important point. And let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Yes, so it's talking about the 60-day thing, 60-day stuff. And I mean, I think those are the most important things. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention in terms of tweaking, and I had written about this and posted about it on the listserv. When we were here 2 weeks ago, we had looked at the language that says that dogs cannot be on any of the fields, courts, whatever, in season when they're marked. And I had brought up the question about, dogs don't know what a white line is. And what if you're there and you're playing ball with your dog or frisbee with your dog and they go to catch a ball and they run across the field. There's no one on the field. It's empty. No one's using it. It's not the middle of a soccer game. And they run across the field because the way it's written now, they are in violation. And Rec Director Bree very kindly jumped on and gave, a great answer like, oh, of course, that's not the intention. And that wouldn't be a violation. And of course, that kind of incidental use, not a problem. And that if that is what we're saying, that absolutely needs to be in the language, because right now, the language says that your dog cannot set a paw over that white line. And again, Bree could get another job next week. And the new recreation director could think, no, absolutely not. If a dog so much as runs across that field to catch a ball, that's a violation. And here's the way the violations are handled. So again, it's important that we not make laws saying, well, that's what it says, but that's not really exactly what we mean. We spent a lot of time working on this over many, many months. All of you have. And I think one of the things is that the language has to be really precise. So I feel that that particular wording needs to be edited in some way.
In the ordinance, Alex?
In the ordinance, the wording in the ordinance, because the wording in the ordinance currently states that the way it's written is that if a dog puts a paw over that white line, that is a violation.
Well, right, okay.
And Bree said, no, definitely not. That's not what it means.
Well, I don't think, we go by what the ordinance says, not by what Bree is saying. You know what I mean? Like, as you say, what's in the ordinance would have to be the standard.
Correct.
Okay. Did you want to make another point? And I want to see if there are.
No, I think those are my two main points, that needs to be adjusted and that these things need to be not only talked about, but voted on at exactly the same time. Seems like Matt wanted to, did you want to talk to
Want to
me?
respond?
I would,
Okay.
because I read your, stuff. And so I was like thinking it over. And, you might not find this analogy perfect, but we make speed limits and we post speed limits, and everybody at one time or another will go over the speed limit. And sometimes I'll even be going over the speed limit and I will pass a police officer. And the police officer, because I'm just a little bit over the speed limit, it's within their discretion. I'm assuming either that they're blind, but I will just keep going. And like, even though the laws are that I'm breaking the law right now, it seems like the police officer there has some amount of discretion to not like to really take it in context. Essentially, I'm going 4 miles over the speed limit and I'm not like recklessly driving. In this case here, in our sort of fines section, there's a section that says recreation area violation, and then at first offense, second offense, third offense. And like the first offense, it says warning or $50 fine. So like even in this ordinance, it defines the fact that the police officer, if he were such a jerk that you put one paw over the line and he wanted to, come down upon you, the person could still just give you a warning. And like, I think that in reality, we all know that's not the purpose of asking that dogs don't go onto the playing fields. There's a larger purpose that the Vermont, Principals Association and most towns, support. It's just don't take the dogs on the playing field, please. And in our situation here, we're not even saying that. We're saying just like, well, they're in use, but when they're not in use, go ahead, throw your chuckets. And I think that the way I see it, there's always going to be at least one field that's like not in use also. So that's, I mean, if nothing else, there's one field that's destroyed right in front of the tennis courts that like you can always take your dog to, unfortunately. Maybe that's not a perfect analogy, but I think that actually adding more restrictive language to define like that a dog can accidentally step over the line and not get fined, like gets us too far into the weeds. if that makes sense.
Sure.
I can respond to Matt, correct?
Do it briefly, because I want to,
Yeah.
I want to know if other people would like to speak.
I just want to respond to Matt. Thank you for that thought. I have two things to respond to that. One is that this issue, this off-leash whole issue is clearly going to be, it's an issue with a lot of passion. And it's not something that is really, speeding, okay, the only person who's ever going to pull you over for speeding is a police officer, right? But we have a lot of very strong emotions going on with this. And if we have a rule that says a dog cannot be over the line on the field, and we have people with very strong opinions about this, I think it is quite likely that, yes, we would get people down on the field who don't like the fact that dogs didn't get banned completely, who are going to make it an issue if someone throws a ball and a dog runs across a field. I think that is very likely to happen. There's a great deal of passion behind this issue. Secondarily, the issue on the warning or the $50. So what if I'm a person who goes down to Huntley every day and I play chuck it with my dog? I don't happen to play chuck it with my dog, but there are people who do, okay? And I go down there every day and everything's empty and we play and we're trying to stay off the field, but probably at least once or twice every day, when I play chuck it with my dog at one time or the other runs across the corner of a field. So it's not just like potentially a one-time thing, right? What I'm looking for, and then I will give up to whatever time, is adding a piece of language that says something like incidental crossing of a field, or something like that is not to be considered a violation. Not playing on, not walking on, not whatever, crossing of. Clearly, I shouldn't be standing in the middle of the field playing ball with my dog, but, and then I will give, okay, I was gonna leave, but,
No, I think that we need to hear from other people.
okay, that's fine.
Thank you very much. Who else would like to come up?
Hi. I'm Justin Crowell, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness on this issue. But I do notice that it's highly focused on Huntley Meadow. And there are a lot of people who don't necessarily want to walk their dogs with lots of other dogs all the time. And sometimes dogs, even if they're well behaved, things can happen. A dog can be in heat or something, and even the most controlled dogs can be uncontrolled at times through circumstances of nature or otherwise. And some people like to walk their dogs on other town-owned property. And it's not clear to me that we're going to have posting in times where it's okay to be off leash on this particular trail or that particular trail. It's a big rural town with a lot of miles of trails, and people want to enjoy their dogs off leash in other areas too. And I just don't feel like necessarily the town is informed or the ordinance makes people feel comfortable in other places as well.
Could you define is that a question? Like, would it be about communicating where it's okay?
I think that
Place that's in a place that's not Huntley Meadow?
correct. Like,
Okay.
how is this ordinance going to apply to other town-owned
Right,
recreation areas?
right. And also to privately owned land, because a lot of our trails are on private land.
A lot are on private, a lot are on public in one shape, whether it's the fire department land or other parcel 5 or different areas. And I don't know that it's been brought up, but how does that apply to people who hunt with dogs? By definition, they're off leash. They go chase down a bird. They go do things. Are you infringing upon traditional hunting rights in the town of Norwich?
Well, I would assume a hunting dog is very much under the control of the owner.
But I don't know. I've been scared in the woods by dogs. I don't know that everybody has the same definition of under control.
Well, that could be part of
But
the.
I think that, I don't think that this is thought out beyond, I think it's highly focused on Huntley Meadow. I appreciate Huntley Meadow. I used to go there at Huntley Meadow, but and I appreciate that people like to enjoy their dogs in different places, but I think it should be comprehensive
Okay.
to all town-owned properties and when people can have unleashed dogs.
Okay, thank you.
So, can I reiterate what was said at a previous meeting?
Sure.
So this only applies to town-owned spaces. So currently that includes the Guile Mountain Fire Tower and the Milt Fry Nature Center, nature, whatever it is, the walk over there. And those are both places where you have to have your dog on leash now.
Also Foley Park and Barrett.
Yeah,
Barrett Meadow now, or is it Barrett Park?
I'm not sure about those two, but like,
Bragg Hill and
Yeah,
by the
yeah,
bridge.
yeah,
Yeah.
so.
Parcel 5.
So parcel 5 is not included on this. So what I'm gonna get at is that like most of your favorite places and pretty much every place that you would hunt is not governed by this because it's not town-owned property. So the fire district property is their own, that's their rules, whatever their rules are. If you want to go up to like Brookmead, not town property, like the two major trails on town property are Guile Mountain Fire Tower and the Milt Fry trails. Those are already, you have to have the dog on leash, and nobody's complained until then, and I think that's very fair. And then the only other small subsection of that is the base of the Ballard Trail. The parking area is town-owned, and then once you get out of that, it is no longer town-owned. And honestly, I think that dogs should always be on leash in the parking area of a trailhead anyways. And so that seems to be okay too. And so I think that like when we picked this apart like months ago, you can go hunt, you can go do just about everything because most of it is not town-owned land. I hope that helps a little bit.
thank you, Matt. Marcia?
When you look at the ordinance, there isn't anything in here that talks about town-owned land.
Well, that's what section 13 is like, very specific. about town-owned
Recreation
land.
areas.
And that's where we're kind of stuck, or we're working on it.
You want to come up, Chris?
Yeah.
Limited from town on.
Oh, do you mind if I borrow this? Sorry. Chris Clement, 80 Waterman Hill. So going back to how to advertise these rules you're going to adopt, one thing I would suggest is to use Lily's list and send a letter with all the rules to all the people who have registered their dogs. Might be an obvious start. But there will be people from out of town who won't know because they didn't get the rules. So the kiosk is a great idea. But it also addresses your concern that doesn't really explain, if you have something at the head of the tower, you're gonna need something there. But going back to the ordinance and the 60 days and why I disagree with, except I agree completely with Matt's suggestion that you run the rules parallel with the ordinance. And it does have to do with the 60-day passing of this because the right to petition follows that. So it would be very confusing for those of us who will put a petition together to suddenly say, well, we're not sure. We have to wait for the rules to see if we really want to go forward with the petition. So I think that it would be advisable to keep them together so that it all makes a package. The only thing that I keep saying over and over again is that if you look at A and B, they're terrible, and I don't know why they haven't been changed. And if you read it over and over again, it starts out by saying A, dogs are prohibited. It was the first word that I hope you guys wordsmith, because there are other legal terms that you can use that doesn't say they're prohibited, but there's something that could actually capture dogs are, I don't know, limited or something. But you go on to say, dogs are prohibited from all playing surfaces within the recreations and the parks, blah, blah, blah. Then it says B, unleashed dogs are prohibited from town-owned recreation areas, except for, sorry, I don't have my glasses and the green is tough to read, except for areas which have been designated by the select board to allow off-leash use. I mean, the first thing, it's almost like you have to merge A and B. The two of them are incompatible. They are completely incompatible. You can't start a sentence by saying dogs are prohibited, ... And then turn around and say they're prohibited except for areas. They're either prohibited or they're not. The ordinance is pretty black and white. And that's what Alexa was trying to get at. Somebody who moves into this town and reads the ordinance is going to take this at face value. So to me, it's like figure out how, when you wordsmith, figure out how to merge those two, A and B, and say, okay, they're not necessarily prohibited. They are, again, come up with your wordsmithing. They're not prohibited, they're not banned. Dogs are allowed under certain circumstances on town-owned properties. An ordinance can go into that direction. I think the fact that you guys are using such strong words as, shall and must are very strong statutory language. Prohibited is also very strong statutory language. So I would suggest that instead of where you can insert the word must and shall is as strong as prohibited. So I would suggest that you think of that wordsmithing that would reduce the word prohibited, blend those two together and come up with something that says, yes, we have these rules. This is the ordinance. We're not banning, we're not prohibiting, but what is that thing that captures on town-owned land? There are such and such rules, et cetera, et cetera. You just have to come up with those words. That's it.
All right, thank you, Chris. Does anyone else want to come up?
Terry Boone, New Boston Road. First, I support and appreciate Matt's overview of things here. I'm hoping that you will, in fact, table this motion, subject to getting the rules and guidelines. I'm pretty familiar with Huntley Meadow, been there a lot of time, both as a citizen, with my dog, as a sports official, all kinds of. My estimate is that Huntley Meadow is approximately 15 acres. That's a guess. If Jonathan Frischtick would hear, he would get it down to the square inch. But only about 1/3 of that is used when I'm been there and observed for people there with their pets, not counting the perimeter where people walk the trails. And the lower end, it's my understanding that lower end with the trails and the tall grass, that's not town land, that's owned by a private citizen. Is that correct? Seems like I read that somewhere. There was
One where the mountain bike trails are?
way down at what I would call the east end, at the very lower end, coming down behind.
I think that's the, what is it?
Robert Parker, Robert Parker's Meadow is off Beaver Meadow Road. Then there's some private land between. Then there's Huntley, but there's been a fence that sort of demarcated this.
There's a rough area where the mountain.
It's a rough area.
Is part of the mountain.
If you use the compass, it's sort of east or
That's still
at best southeast.
part of the recreation area.
Okay, so
Right, which could be mowed. I mean, it could be made softer.
I'm not advocating that you get them to mow it. What I'm trying to come up with is the language referred to here, it's designated areas. At this point, that's a little vague. Where are those designated areas going to be? So what I'm suggesting is that it's a recreation area, not just for sports. So the two areas that are primarily used now for sports is the lower section, which is about 5 acres, where mostly the soccer fields are and so on. The upper section where you come down the steps and you're looking straight across at the playground and the pavilion, there's an area there that is used for field sports. So I hope you will give some thought to what are they going to be when you get to the rules, and I'm going to be happy to submit some suggestions to Matt and to the full board. What are those designated areas likely to be?
Okay.
Thank you.
Define the designated areas. All right, are there other people who wish to speak? Oh, I'm sorry. Jan, would you like to speak? On Zoom?
Yes, thank you. Jan Losbrough. I will do my utmost to stay within your 3-minute limit because I believe that is your policy. So I want to honor that. I wanted to get a little side point here around, but important, around reporting and enforcement. Because something we all agreed through this whole conversation was we needed good information. We needed to be able to say what's happening in town relative to dogs. And there were clearly some people who came up and said things that that surprised us, that we didn't know about. So how do we get this information? Who gets it? And how are things reported? And if you look at the ordinance, it's clearly the police department that is the front lines here. So I would suggest that we make it very easy and clear and a low threshold for somebody to say, oh, I just had something happen relating to a dog. What should I do? Oh, a simple phone call to the police, and they will have a sort of an intake questionnaire. Well, they'll just be, oh, sure, you go boom, boom, we ask you questions, because somebody's got to keep track of repeat, all these things say first, second, third, fourth offense. That means somebody's keeping track of dogs and how many offenses. I think that's the police department, right? So I would just really urge the police to have that practice in place, public education to make it clear how you report, and a really low threshold for reporting so that we can gather this information from townspeople without, and the one thing that is the exception to that, which maybe you can think about, where under the ordinance it says potentially vicious and vicious dogs, you have to file a complaint with the select board, which to me sounds quite intimidating and hard for people to do. And if we could just keep it all simple, keep it to the phone call to the police department, that starts the ball rolling. And maybe they say, oh, that's potentially vicious, we'll feed that up. If we're going to impound a dog, we need the select board. But so I would just ask for a simple reporting process that's made clear to the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. All right,
Elliot's got his hand up.
on the Zoom, let's see.
I think so. Elliot, hurry. I don't know, the hand is kind of often.
Oh.
In the
I'm
margin.
Seeing it. I don't see
Oh,
it.
I can
Oh,
see
no,
it here.
that's the cursor thing.
Oh, it's just the cursor.
Oh, like a hand.
Oh, sorry. All
Oh,
right,
yeah.
so I
Funny.
don't see any hands except for the cursor hand on Zoom. Anyone in the room want to comment? We should probably move forward then. It sounds like our plan is to not vote on this ordinance, but to change some language back at our next meeting with some suggestions for rules that would be adopted in parallel to the ordinance. That sounds like what we came up with. So, Marcia?
So I do think that we talk about recreation area in section 13, but there's no description of the listing of places that Matt talked about, the town-owned property. And maybe that needs to be in here because we had that clearly on a map, but we didn't, it's not referenced here. And there's no definition in the definitions about what recreation is. So maybe we want to add in the definitions, applicability of the ordinance or something.
Or either that or just name the Huntley Meadow Recreation Area and make that specific.
Well, but except my understanding is, and I can see why there's confusion, that it also applies to town-owned, I don't want to call them trails, but town-owned property, right?
Properties and also parks,
Parks and properties.
Foley Park.
So maybe
Barrett
we
Park.
need to say, have an applicability section.
I think that's covered by, except for areas which have been designated by the select board. So as we go forward, and it looks like we need rules for an area for some reason, we can designate those areas
So,
as we go along.
so backing up, that's what council said. We don't need an ordinance for town-owned land.
Right. Except for
But-
the aspect of enforcement.
Yes.
Right.
That was the
But it
logic
is-
of that.
But the ordinance itself is confusing to people. I mean, that gentleman, sorry, what's your name? Justin. Justin.
And I plead ignorance to not knowing that the fire department is not town owned.
It's the fire
District.
district.
Fire district.
That's not the department.
It's a wonderful service that they provide.
Anyway, I do think we need to have some sort of applicability section, whether it be in, I mean, how does one know to what the ordinance applies? When you do read this, it looks like it just. Because
Well, we could have
does
a-
one think a recreation area is that name a place?
I don't think any of the other areas.
The
You
old,
know,
the
really,
pool-
I mean, Bree
the pool
provided
parking
a
lot.
really good, with, maybe this, the third meeting of this animal ordinance, Bree provided a very good kind of definition of kind of what is, what's not, and a map. And I think that went a long way to kind of assuaging a lot of angst about where, showed a lot of places that basically weren't going to change. Essentially, most of the places that people took their dogs.
So the
What if we
question-
just said the recreation area? We've got one, really. Because, I mean, recreation also is hiking and also is, hunting and bird watching and so forth. But really, we've been talking for what seems like months about Huntley Meadow, which is recreation area.
That's
Right.
one of the recreation areas. So we do have other recreation areas.
Right.
And they will probably continue. I think this allows us to set up policies and rules.
Okay,
As we
so
go
you feel
along.
it's enabling enough to do that.
Can I ask, I'd
So-
like to hear what Brendan says about this.
I think it's fine as written.
The ordinance.
As we create the rules, if we want to be more specific, or maybe there's separate rules for trails that we want to adopt, we could do that in the rules. I don't think we should encumber the ordinance with a bunch of names of trails that people probably don't recognize.
Or as someone raised one time, what if we added a new trail? Like to the town's list of trails, like, to make this non-specific ordinance is probably better.
Okay, are we ready to move on? We've got other.
Yes.
Other
Madam
agenda
Chair, can
items.
I ask a question? Just-
Oh, okay, we could have two quick questions.
Yeah, I just had
Both to
to
John,
that
I guess,
point
first.
about jurisdiction, and just to confirm and state, I mean, the ordinance applies to the entire town. The prohibition of at-large dogs and it's not supposed to poop where it's not supposed to, that applies to the entire town. And then we have 13 that is a narrower thing on a very specific set of lands. But I think the vast majority of the ordinance applies to the entire town, right?
Yes,
Correct.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
I just have a question. When you were saying what we were gonna be, or what you guys were gonna do and what we were gonna look at next week with the updates and the potential rules, I want to be clear in understanding the rules. I don't necessarily have an opinion, but is Matt gonna write the rules?
Matt is gonna.
So with any
On the
other
draft.
input, or just Matt's gonna write them?
Matt has been delegated to write them. And he's done his
I'm happy
research
to-
and he's gonna do that. Our initial rules, like we want the rules to be something that we try out and see if it works and then, maybe readjust.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear that, because it sounded like Matt was just writing the rules, and I want to make sure that that's what's
Oh.
happening.
He delegated it to Matt because he's already done a bunch of research and it's organized and he'll get.
Because at one point there was conversation of like a committee, we're not doing that right for now.
No, we're
Matt's
not
gonna
doing
write
the
some rules.
committee. We're tweaking the ordinance language slightly. And we're gonna consider it again next week, and we're gonna consider Matt's rules in a parallel process. That's what we decided to do. We've got to move on from this soon, or we'll never get through the rest of our 16.
You
other
can send me,
agenda items.
my email is open to anyone who wants to contribute ideas to
Thank you.
my, and if you don't have my address, you can ask
We
at
can work with
the
Matt.
town manager's office.
We're gonna-
So I just want to say, I encourage you to think of this, we are the committee. We've all been talking back and forth. We've listened, you've listened. We are a committee. Now we're asking our scribe
Yeah,
to write up something that we can all agree to, and then we'll review it together.
right. All right, I think we better move on. That's good, very productive. We got a lot of other stuff to do. Won't be a motion on 4.
We don't need to table it.
No, we don't need to table it because we're gonna have version 9 this week.
I think we should go for 10.
Thank you. Okay, so number 5 is the Jones Circle Historic District National Register nomination. Okay, fantastic. If anybody's here to speak to it, but I think the packet is fairly.
No, I just very briefly, so I think Stephen put together a memo that explained that we had gone after a grant, received it, used the funding to get us to this point. We now need the board to authorize the chair to sign it, and then this will go to the, I guess, the historic.
Yeah.
Vermont Division for Historic Preservation.
Yep.
All right, well, in that case, I'm gonna entertain a motion.
I move to approve the certified local government national register nomination. Final review and recommendation report is included in the select board meeting packet
Who's like the second?
I'll second.
Okay. Let's have some voting. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Chemo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Nat? And I'm a yes, okay. Moving right along. Hanover ambulance contract is next. Were there any questions about that? We had a lot of information in the packet. Yep.
My question is as to item 11, dispatch. It says Hanover may provide this service. I'm just wondering how does that mesh with our contract with Hartford? Do we have like a second agreement with Hanover, or maybe this is just boilerplate language? I just wondered, because I know we do have a contract with Hartford.
Is
Yes,
Hartford
Please.
Oh,
oh, I'm
there we
sorry.
go.
I was gonna
Alex,
jump
go
in and
ahead.
answer that.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes,
Yes.
please answer that.
Yes, Marcia, there are two, right? So we have two dispatch centers known as PSAPs, Public Safety Answering Points, that cover us. The Hartford covers the law enforcement side, and Hanover Dispatch covers the fire side. So that's why we have two.
Okay, thank you.
The questions about this?
This goes up only about 2% per year.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Are we comfortable moving this? Can I have a motion?
I move to approve the Hanover Emergency Ambulance Service and EMS Transport Agreement as included in the Select Board meeting packet and authorize the town manager to sign the same.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Oh, and Matt, did that one. Okay, let's have a vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chemo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, now the next agenda item is municipal improvements. In general, we could possibly establish some direction of what to do. You know, our initial effort is the boiler.
Thank you.
Those just pass.
Boiler project, we decided we want to do.
Looks like this.
So what's being passed? Is that the bids?
Yeah, so if we want to start out just specifically to the,
Probably ought to start on that,
boards.
yes. Okay, the two.
so what you have there are three
Yes.
different documents.
Three different.
One of them, the top page is a kind of a cover that came in from our engineer this morning after we had met yesterday afternoon to discuss the bid. And the other two are the actual bid documents that were submitted related to the request for the bids. And ARC Mechanical was the sole bidder. And as I mentioned earlier, unfortunately, they came in above the $219,000 amount that we had previously approved to come from the Tracy Hall Fund for the project. So we basically have a higher amount that would need to be approved ideally tonight so that we can sign a letter of intent with ARC and get the project moving. The only other thing I guess I will comment on is, as mentioned in the memo there, the email, there is some uncertainty as to the structural integrity of the upper chimney right now. And that is going to require potentially some masonry inspection, potentially some masonry remediation, depending on what is found. So that could be a standalone piece that wouldn't be included on top of the 238.6 that is being approved to ARC. And it would likely be a specialist that would come in and look at that. So I think that's the gist of it. If people are, again, comfortable with approving this tonight to spend the extra roughly $20,000, we'll move forward tomorrow. And if we're not, we would have to delay this for the 2 weeks, I guess, or have a special meeting in any event. I think we're going to end up in the same place, which is we have one bid. We have a need to get this boiler replaced quickly, and yeah, that's kind of where we are.
Marcia?
So I'm just wondering, Brennan, they mentioned the construction of the steel cap.
Mhm.
So if we get to that stage and the chimney is crumbling up there,
we'd have to do some repointing probably of the masonry before the cap would be installed. So that's the next immediate step would be ARC. Do you have a mason expert that you would be able to get up there to take a look to just make sure we're either good, which ideally we are, or no, we're gonna have to do some other repair, at which point we'd probably come back and talk to you again about another side contract for that specialized service.
Questions?
That's a pretty standard, coordination of that should be very easy.
I had to rebuild a chimney once, so I sort of am sensitive to.
Yeah. This looks like it's just the top.
Mhm.
The rest of the chimney. From what I can see.
Questions?
How much money's in the Tracy Hall fund?
More than that.
We have currently, I just looked at this and I'll get the exact number here. Roughly 869, I want to say. 800,600.
860,000 or 800?
869,000 thereabouts. I'm just gonna say thereabouts because I think
Thank you.
it's thereabouts. So if we pull this out, we're talking roughly $649,000 is the budget we would have left for other projects.
Marcia?
Well, I'm just concerned about getting started because given what's going on in the country, and what's going on with our ailing boilers, we need to get going on this.
So you're in favor?
I'm in favor.
Okay. How do you feel about it, Kimo?
I would get going. Feeling is, in this process, as we move forward, we got a feasibility report. We do not have a plan yet. And it says very specifically in here that it's general, may be used to develop project budget. Please understand, it contains recommendations, but it's not a specification for bidding or building, should not be used as a basis for contractor bids. So I think moving forward, we probably want to get a little more work done. This needs to be done. I think it should be done. I think it's a good bid.
Let's get winter and staying warm. It's
Yeah.
been an issue for quite a few years with the ancient boilers. So that's why we're doing that piece now. On the rest of this agenda item is to sort of
Yeah.
start talking about what a plan might look like or what another step might look like. Let's see if we can get through this boiler thing. So Stella, you okay with moving ahead on this?
Yes.
And how about you, Matt?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm in favor of it too. So do we need a motion to approve that or?
I think a motion maybe to expend up to 239,000. We'll just round up from 238,600. And authorize the town manager to sign in a letter of intent with ARC Mechanical.
All right. You want to move that, Marcia?
Sure.
Okay.
I move to authorize the expenditure of up to 200. Do you want to do it to that amount? $238,664.
No,
No?
you suggested around
I was suggesting round about to 239.
239.
239.
Yeah.
Okay, expenditure of up to $239,000 for the replacement of the Tracy Hall boiler, or is it boilers?
Two. Yeah, there's two.
Boilers.
Boilers.
It's not a oil tank, but I don't know if that matters. I mean, that's part of the replacement. That's probably fine. So how would it read again?
I move to authorize the expenditure of up to $239,000 for the replacement of the Tracy Hall boilers.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right, let's vote. So Marcia,
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Stella?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that one's good. And then in general, this agenda item is to sort of think about next steps for Tracy Hall. For instance, the elevator is pretty poor condition, and I have a question about whether you can reuse the elevator shaft, or would you have to have structural, you know, changes first. Also, maybe the attic with lots of insulation and a roof might be a logical next step, but I'm open to what people would like to explore. Yes.
Can you just put these in the next packet?
Yes, those all three will go in the back.
Oh, okay.
889,000, Priscilla. I knew I had written that down somewhere.
Was anything supposed to be put in for this budget year? For that designated fund?
No, because we put surplus
In that last.
So we're good on the boiler? Okay, so to talk about next steps, Kimo, do you have some thoughts about next steps?
I do. Thanks for asking. I spoke with Brennan today. Wondering if we might try to re-engage the architect to help us move forward. We have preliminary ideas, but nothing
Right.
specific. And I think it would be worth looking at the work that we need to do with the idea of looking at the entire future of this building. We're looking at investing a lot of money in a building that is maybe not serving our needs for very long. I don't know. I'd like to have a talk with the architect about that before we begin to do expensive things. Not a very long one, not expensive, just he seemed that he would like to do that.
Okay,
It seemed like a good move to
so,
me. In any case, we need to, I think, get some plans in place.
Mhm.
So as part of that process, do a sort of assessment of, is it worth spending that money? I mean, you can fix things that need fixing, but it might be better to spend that money differently.
okay. Marcia?
I'm trying to remember, but we had the architect here.
Hmm.
And we had a discussion and we talked about future needs. Am I not?
That's the way I remember it, but
Okay.
the planning may not be specific. And also, I would think you could do, if we decided to remain in this building, which I think has been the idea, as funky as it is, and as, where Miranda and Ritter are now, used to be the police department.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was it. Okay, and then this used to be part of the school, and same with the stage and everything.
Boy Scouts.
Yeah, so it's been, very, yeah, a lot of things have happened in this building in different spots that are, right now, it seems sort of unlikely. But I think there was a commitment to trying to stay in this building. There's also a commitment in our town for energy efficiency. So, and it turns out the roof seems, with a little reinforcement, structurally sound. They'd have to check out the condition of the slates, and to see if we could retain a slate roof. But with reinforcement, we could probably put solar up there, insulate, and put like a warm hat on top of the building.
Yep.
So that part interests me. And the elevator, I'm just interested in preserving access, to people who need that. And I
Kind of have to.
I think we have to. So to me, those are the two sort of, as far as the way the, spaces are arranged inside, I don't have as much of a opinion on that. But for the elevator and the roof insulation and reinforcement, I do.
Yeah.
That's my point of view. How about Priscilla? What do you think? Having lived with architect, right?
I don't think we have any vision for what we want. Well, I don't think we have any vision for the town either, but I don't think we have any vision for what use we might want to make of the building. And we seem to be just bumbling along and on every level of everything, just kind of like, well, we'll just kind of make it work and we'll just kind of keep going. So,
Okay.
Well,
Wait. I want to hear from Matt.
I think that there's at least one, there's maybe two studies or I feel like studies of sort of needs and wants and energy efficiency studies and stuff like that. So like, I'm assuming that we're gonna go, that all the previous, studies that have been done on this are gonna be reviewed. And then I do think that having an architect look at it from a whole perspective is important, even if it just helps us narrow down, our final decisions of like what's important to us, whether it's energy or better windows or better roof or improved, flow of or offices and stuff like that. Like, so I definitely, I like the idea of having, of looking at it holistically, maybe first, and then narrowing down like what's possible and what's necessary. I think that's what you're advising anyways, right?
That's what I mean, that would be a normal process from
Yeah.
my perspective. It's fast.
Right.
It's fast and cheap.
No, I
Right.
think that.
And I think
makes
some
sense.
of it might have been thought out already, and you can just kind of like include some of that too.
Right.
There might have been like a blower test and other things like that already done here that will inform sort of like how good the walls are and how good the,
Marcia?
So I'm just wondering if Chemo and Matt have received those documents that we received that show,
All the tests and things.
well, the structure down here, there's,
Well, that's through the floor plans.
the floor plans and things
Oh, yeah.
like that. You've seen those?
I came to the architect's presentations and I've got all the documents. I actually have them open
Okay.
here. So yeah, I've seen all of that. And when I spoke, I wasn't on the board yet. I spoke to the architect. We have friends in common and stuff. And I asked him, did anybody ask if you were to imagine how this building could serve for another 100 years? And that's not a question he tried to answer in this. He tried to give a survey of the building and some preliminary recommendations. And he seemed very excited about the idea of looking at this building as a project rather than just a sort of maintenance item. But the other stuff is kind of just
So
everyday.
if I could ask, and Priscilla's talking about vision too, what would be, why not keep it simple? Just to be the devil's advocate. It is funky, and we know that these different uses have been made of the space. We looked at the floor plan, thought, I think all of us thought, well, maybe move the lister's office, but that was about it. But what would be really fantastic about a vision, and what could it possibly be with this old building, really?
Well, this old building's made up of some pretty great spaces that have been chopped up, and they're used differently than they were. When this building was built, it was probably, like a spaceship in town. And it's not that anymore. We've added staff. We've changed the arrangement of rooms and things got a little chopped up. The offices upstairs, maybe they work for people. I'm not quite sure. The adjacencies are weird. The planning's up there, the documents are down here. And
So there's some rational processes that you could apply to how people work
yes,
in the building.
yeah,
And what would be beneficial to make their workspaces better? That's what
Yeah.
you're saying.
yeah,
So
to
that
kind of
would be one thing.
clarify.
So we sort of have assessed the qualities of the building in terms of things like energy efficiency, but not so much the work. How are the workspaces and
Yeah.
how do they function?
And then maybe you come up with a plan that you don't build it for 20 or 30 years, but as we do these other projects, we're not spending money on
You
stuff.
keep it
we
in
have to
mind
tear
and it
out.
could be flexible. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
So you're looking at it.
Okay, now Brennan, I think.
I was just gonna say, I think the one thing that we did do in this last iteration of the planning was talk individually with all of the department heads and get an idea of what was working and not working with the space. So I agree, this isn't like a master vision, looking at 100 years, what could we do, resources or not. This was more of a, how do you make what you have work better? What are the priority projects for mitigation and repair that we know are coming? And I think what Chemo is thinking of is more of a long-term, does that get us where we want to go over the next 10, 20, 50 years?
And do we want to consider it like a 30-year window or a 50-year window? I mean, 100 is grand.
Yeah.
But, in terms of when was this renovated? 1993,
Yeah,
right? So that's what? That's about a 30-year?
Yeah.
So there might be some typical time span, and it also would have to do with when your systems start to need replacing, right?
yeah. Now the systems are being replaced. It makes sense to look forward. If we replace these systems, will they?
Bring in those
satisfy?
same spaces, yeah. Interesting.
That's all.
Yep.
I mean, it'd be
Sure.
fun, I think.
So I think one of the things, I mean, when you're talking about 100 years hence, which we can't even begin to imagine, we do know that things are getting more efficient in terms of, well, I say efficient, but in certain big environments, work environments, spaces are getting smaller because people don't need filing cabinets. They have all their documents on, their electronic and stuff. And so, lots of places just have cubbies for people. So it might be that we need actually less space. And maybe it could be more open concept sort of thing, except for that you do need privacy for things. But the other unknown is how much business the town is going to do, because population may or may not, in my lifetime, in your lifetime in Vermont, and you too, Mary, people move away. They don't stay here, right?
Well, they might move in too.
They might. They might. That's the thing.
Yeah.
We don't know, right? Is the
Right.
population in the schools going down. Are
Yeah.
people going to move here? Is there going to be housing, jobs? There's so many imponderables. I think that when we're talking about space, we have to sort of be flexible, right?
Agreed.
And not do too much thinking that something's going to turn out in a certain way, because might not.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think this building could be more flexible and sort of future-proof it a little more. It's very specific right now. Those little rooms are, you can't expand them. You can't do anything else in another than office.
In 1970, I went into a brand new high school. It had no walls.
And
It
that
was
was
the
so
first-
typical of that
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
It
It
was
was
the
awful.
first one. But I liked it. It was
Oh,
fine.
boy.
Yeah, we had
So noisy.
bookcases. No, it really wasn't. It was amazing.
Huh, was that a good book? Jesus.
You're well
Bookcases
behaved.
that, you moved them to make a classroom. It was usable.
Well, we don't need to dwell on this very long. I'm not quite sure how we would get started on taking next steps, but I think we'd want to re-engage the architect to help us think that through. Whether it's the same architect or another one, I don't know if we get a.
So how much would we budget for that? How much would we budget for that?
Like a
Prob-
consultation.
Should probably consult with the architect, get them in, have them tell them what our vision is and ask them what they think they could.
Our vision, though, like
Our
we're asking
vision.
him about our vision and we're saying, we already have one when we don't.
Well, no, I mean, here's
It's gonna work.
here's the process where they going, what do you imagine this costs and how long will it take to help us through this?
Okay, but what we're talking about, I mean, we could just sort of float along, kind of like what Priscilla says, and make sure its systems are updated and do some insulation, do some painting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And just kind of leave it bulky. Or we could try to reimagine the space, and those are two very different things, right?
Well,
I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but if we're going to ask somebody to do something, we better be clear about what we're talking about. Or are there two alternatives, funky and then the vision thing?
I guess what I'm saying is we're about to spend a lot of money on this building.
And hopefully to get a lot of value for the money,
Yeah.
because that's
So
important.
we want to spend it in the smartest
Wisely.
possible way.
Mhm.
So whether we actually get what we want 30 years from now or not, you want to make sure that we don't paint ourselves into a corner. It's hard to mix metaphors, but so that we spend the money wisely that allows us to stay funky if we want to,
Right,
or expand if we'd like to without spending that money again.
right.
Once we invest that, no one's going to want to go back and move the elevator 6 feet.
Oh,
Or,
God.
yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
well,
boy.
I mean,
Now that kind of thing, that's just a horror show to think of that,
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I think. I don't want a horror show.
right?
So I think we think this through. Where could we go? You know, an ideal world, what could this building look like?
Well.
And I
it's-
think it could be amazing.
It has we probably, personally, I don't think we do much to the outer envelope. And that's why, in a way, the roof is really attractive to me, also the insulation and weather sealing part of it. And the elevator, you know, I mean, our entrance is kind of crazy too. But just this, you know, what it operates within, does that need to be changed if we keep it there? I mean, that would be just two really specific areas that I could see going in that wouldn't involve, you know, wondering if you could work better if you had some ferns or something like that, you know what I mean?
I liked the construction that we saw in for down
Yeah, the
here.
plans,
I
I
like
did too, actually. It's moving, moving the lister's office, also that this would be the conference room would be on this side, right? And maybe keep the kitchen there or not. I think that was a
Yeah,
choice.
well, this space would move backwards.
Yeah,
window,
over there, yeah,
and that made sense to me.
yeah. I kind of like that too, but
Is there any money left over? I think that there was money designated to exploring Tracy Hall issues at some point. Is that money all been spent? Or,
Maybe there's
maybe I'm just misremembering.
I'm not sure. Oh, Brennan?
So anything that was left as a balance on kind of the original Studio Nexus contract
Yeah, I guess.
got rolled into the boiler project.
Oh,
So I
okay.
think if we were going to go back to Studio Nexus and say, we need your help some more, you know, we're not ready to start spending money because we don't think we have a full vision, or we want to define, you know, projects better for what we want to tackle, we would have to probably come up with another scope of work and commission them to do that service. Like, I don't think we could just continue to add on, and say, well, now we think we need to do this.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
So a scope of work developed that would give them a clear vision of what we are asking them to do, and then let them try to help us do that.
Yeah, I asked that question, could we do it sort of Lego? And they said no.
So again, if we're talking finite budget, right? So with the 240 that goes into the heating system, we're roughly $650,000 of kind of cash that we have ready to do projects with. I've mentioned in the past the elevator, because I am concerned at some point we have a catastrophic failure of an elevator and we don't have an ADA accessible municipal building at that point. So that would be one big ticket item that we could target without, I guess you could do it in conjunction with a visioning plan, or just say, we want to focus attention on that. They did call out in the feasibility study, not necessarily a deficient roof, but that it's an old roof that may or may not have a, you know, ending useful life. So that would be something
The
like
slates,
a slate roof.
yeah,
right?
that
So-
need to be inspected.
So that might be something we would want to get a handle on. So we
That's
could
true.
say, hey, your roof's in great shape. You got 30 more years. Okay, put that behind us and not worry about it. Okay, your roof is got 10 more years in it, and then you've got a full roof replacement project, and that's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars, I would guess, for that type of roof. So we were on budget for that, perhaps. So those are kind of the big tickets that I see. And then, you know, we have these smaller things like, you know, a new carpet down here in this municipal room, like that would
Right, the
certainly.
gym is like this thick.
Yeah, well, yeah, if we were to refloor the gym,
Right.
that would be a expensive endeavor. Right now, we're annually lacquering the gym. And so it's,
Filling it with lacquer and keep the wood.
well, it's basically, if you sand it again, you don't have a gym floor. So we're trying to get as much out of that as we can.
Yeah.
We're probably not taking-
You know, Priscilla mentioned walking into Tracy Hall and seeing the cracked paint on the facade and the trim and the don't slam our door because we'll never be able to open it again. I mean, those are things that again, we've just kind of cobbled along. We've said, okay, let's fix the lock, and we spend the money and we fix the lock, and then somebody breaks the door, you know, the next farmer's market. And so that to me would be like a nice entranceway improvement, like we could repaint the entrance point and get a new door and a new lock. And then we talked about the stage upstairs and creating some storage underneath that, and maybe an ADA ramp so you could actually get people up onto the stage and making that more of a usable space. That's still a good idea, I think. And then we've talked about lighting, and especially up in the gym and LED conversions.
So all that was in the assessment, needs assessment.
Yep.
Yes.
It's all of this is coming from that, but those are just, as a person who thinks about this on a regular basis.
You're living in it, yeah.
And then my other piece related to the timing is, it is going to be disruptive when we get moving on this boiler replacement. So we're going to have contractors coming in and out. We're going to have to figure out how to manage that with the business use of the space and the public access. So I almost would like to see us think about this as kind of a linear. So let's do that. Let's have that. And then
I think about something for next summer.
and then
perhaps.
there's insulation and sealing. So tightening the building to go along with the investment in the energy efficiency is let's burn less fuel. And
You're thinking the roof though,
Yeah.
not the
Yes.
walls.
not the walls, the roof. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that could be
That makes
something.
sense.
That could be something we could look at either for later in the fall, like before we get into the really cold season, or that might be a spring of 2026 project where we say, let's now make that a priority.
But inspecting the slates would be something that I think is high priority anyway.
Okay. I don't disagree. I think in Kimo and I's discussion, his initial from the ground was that it wasn't terrible right now. Like you can tell when
Might
slate
be
roofs
fine.
are getting.
Might be. I think that
You
might
could
be.
take,
But it-
take a drone to it, my son.
But it would be nice maybe to spend a little money on that to
Yeah,
understand.
just as more information. Marsha?
So what if we said, we kind of agree that the outside of the building isn't going to change? And we look at repairing the envelope first.
Mhm.
And we just focus on the roof, the door, the windows, pointing, and see how far our 600,000 goes.
And just sort of coast on the
Oh,
elevator.
yeah, and the elevator, I don't want to coast on the elevator because I think we have
have
to
to
be
have
mindful of
access.
ADA issues.
Right.
So
Well, the elevator could be 650,000.
Oh.
That's the big ticket number.
Just for the mechanical parts?
I
How do you
think,
know that?
well, because we've looked at it cursory, like we haven't commissioned anybody to give us a quote, but that's, I don't
So
know.
it'd be in that range?
I think it's in that range. Let's say 500,000.
Okay, well, we could price things out too.
Well, is there a way to do? is there a way to do ramps?
I would not personally recommend saying, we're not gonna do anything exterior. It might be that adding something exterior solves a lot of other problems less expensively and more effectively than just staying within this box. So I mentioned to Brennan, it's always bothered me that the front entrance isn't facing the green. It sort of does, but actually,
Except you end up in the gym.
well, okay, so, but if you redid the front entrance,
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to give you a specific idea. I guess as an architect, I haven't looked at it as a comprehensive thing, and I assume the other architect also hasn't, but he would love to. But if you could imagine 12 feet being added to this building on that side, make a beautiful facade that faces the green.
Uh-huh.
That gives you space to put ramps, and you've got enough space to go from an entrance there up to the first floor and come back and go up to the second floor. No elevator. You spend the $500,000 on building something and you have no maintenance ever again.
Except for ice.
Well, yeah, but
No,
I
it'd
mean,
be
inside,
enclosed, it'd be
you've got the
interior.
ramp. Yeah, so the ramp's inside.
Oh, it's inside.
Yeah, yeah, you just add
Oh,
12 feet to the building
see
up
what you-
there. I talked to the planners, that's possible.
Interesting.
And you
Yeah.
can make a beautiful facade. And you could bring light down into here. You'd have an entrance facing the green with stairs and ramps coming down to here. It would be pretty amazing. And the parking, park is in the
Okay.
front, right at the entrance. So that's why I say, I'm not saying that would fly, But if you're gonna spend that amount of money on these things, it might be better to spend it there. And then if you build something onto there, you don't have to worry about insulating or fixing the windows right now. You have new ones, they're insulated, much more energy efficient. So I think there are ideas that we might want to ask somebody about
Okay.
so that, you know, who knows?
I just have to.
That's why I wouldn't, sorry,
Sorry.
limit myself to the interior.
Well, I'm just thinking about having had, still have parents who are, infirm and trying, me taking people in wheelchairs. I'm not going to be happy pushing up ramps to the third floor, right? And I wouldn't be doing it with my parents, but I'm just saying, if there are people who have mobility issues, they're in all situations. And I think ramps just don't offer the same assistance that a lift does.
Could be. I mean, it could be you just don't put any public rooms above the first floor.
Well, that sounds very exclusionary.
Well, there are, I mean, that's the first floor up there, and here's the basement. That's basically the whole building except for the
Well, the
planning.
elevator, you can get elevator access to all of it.
Yeah, but if you have a ramp coming down or a ramp going up, you're only talking about going down. Anyway, it
Well,
seems to me
It's good to
worth,
think about it in different ways.
yeah.
So should
Brandon,
we,
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If we're gonna be pricing things, there were places that, certainly one I remember at Dartmouth, where there was like an open elevator. You
what
know
does
what I
that mean?
mean?
Can't go more than,
Like called like limited use.
It's only a half floor?
something like that. yeah.
Okay, you just get in the thing and it's close the door and.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a lift.
Like the thing at the library that they have
Yeah.
going down to children's.
Yeah, they have one.
Yeah.
But it's only half a floor.
I think
Yeah,
you're,
I think for our purposes of getting up and down 4 floors, you'd have to have a real level.
Proper one.
Yeah, and there, all the inspection and annual costs and, it's not inexpensive to have, but again, I have the concern, my one was the heat would go out in the middle of winter and we'd freeze up Tracy Hall, but the second would be, we have a catastrophic failure of our elevator and then we're out of compliance and we're really scrambling to do something quickly without budgeting for it.
I think that's critical. I think we need to have ADA access.
well, we do.
Yeah.
I mean,
legally.
that's a fear.
As long as the
but-
elevator's working, right?
Yeah, but if it goes out, we don't have.
Well,
it.
yeah, if it goes out, but it's not on the verge of going out.
It has had,
It's a worry.
it has had
How many repairs?
many issues where it's been out of service for days or even weeks. And what we've been told, like the concern is, it's so old that they can't buy replacement
It's like
parts.
spoilers.
Yeah.
It's just.
So we deferred it to a point where now we almost have to replace, this.
That would be forcing us in a direction.
I think it is.
Well,
It's irritating, but. And it will have to, I mean, to really make this place functional again, it will take more money. You know what I mean? I mean, more than we have. And we should spend it wisely, as you said, but should we think about getting an architect in or should we sort of revisit this topic? Or what do you guys want to do?
I'd like to get a price on an elevator.
Price on elevator, price on inspectors?
Are you saying that like to kind of get, we could talk to an architect about what it might cost to get sort of a vision that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Is that the next
Yes.
step? For
I
what
think
you're-
so.
Okay.
I still need to understand what we're at. Like, I think we really need to articulate what it is we want them to do for us. Like, that's critical.
Well, I think defining that would be done with the architect. We should talk to them about what they think is possible and how we would go about it.
But they think anything's possible.
Well, no, I mean, they know the building now. They know us. We have some new people that they might want to talk to. But, I have a lot of experience and expertise in this. I may be able to help guide. I don't want to take over everybody's job, but, it's just, in the way that Matt's very comfortable with websites and things, I'm very comfortable with building projects and bringing things on in, under budget and getting stuff done in a practical way, but also planning for the future. It's just, that's been my. So I think a discussion with them now that they're in the building would help us define what we would want them to do for us and how to do it.
Well, should we do three things? Try to cost out the elevator a little bit, inspect the slate roof, and then get the architect in. Do those three things? Just to get started.
Okay with me.
I mean, we need to know this, the actual condition of the roof. They couldn't tell us that. They said get in a specialist, a roofing person. The elevator, we kind of need specialized, we need to know the ballpark cost of the elevator, sort of documented somewhat. And also, will it fit the space that it's in? Do they make the elevators bigger now? They need a bigger shaft or what? So,
Do we need a motion?
probably. Or do you want to do it?
Do you have it written?
No, I'm just writing down notes here.
Okay, so,
Just the consultation.
I move to direct the town manager to investigate replacement cost for an elevator,
This cost for an elevator,
comma,
to
procure an estimate for the slate roof.
okay, estimate to evaluate the condition, right?
An estimate. Procure or what?
To procure an estimate to determine the condition
To determine the condition
of the slate roof.
of the slate roof. And to request
A consultation.
a consultation with the, what was their name?
Studio Nexus.
With Studio Nexus for the select board to discuss future use of Tracy Hall.
And plans. I
Up
mean,
with the future use.
Future.
Where should we put this?
Future vision for Tracy Hall. I move to direct the town manager to investigate replacement cost for an elevator, to procure an estimate to determine the condition of the slate roof, and to request a consultation with Studio Nexus for the select board to discuss the future vision for Tracy Hall.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. Any other discussion?
Just to clarify, so the board would like Doug Sensala, likely from Studio Nexus, to come to a future select board meeting and have that discussion in a public forum. So,
Yes.
okay.
All right, any other questions or discussion? Okay, let's have a vote. How do you vote, Marcia?
Yes.
Emo?
yes.
Scylla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay. Oof, that's good.
Yeah.
That was good. All right. Up to now, how about a break? A little break? Let's do a break. 5-minute break. Back at quarter of 9.
Recording stopped.
on it. So we're not gonna get through all of our little tasks here.
Recording in progress.
All right, our next item is committee reporting. And Marcia and Kimo and I have memos on this. Does anybody want to share their thoughts about committee reporting?
Can I ask, it was my observation that I haven't seen any reports since I've come in. Is that true?
It's true. Yes, I thought that's true. Pertinent observation.
Okay. Which, yeah, suggested some things to me, which is not an effective.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me, I mean, I think you said it more strongly. I tried to think, well, what would be the minimum of committee reporting that might be good? So mine is more of a check-in and then a check-in at the beginning and the end. And I think you may be hinting more towards eliminating. So just how are we framing our discussion? So those thoughts are there. And then Marcia, you've got some.
Well, I was kind of throwing out the whole previous one, starting afresh. I liked, and that's why I put in a new,
I didn't know.
Okay.
but I put in a new form. But I like Mary's checklist because I think it gives people a sort of framework. So that might be something to be built into a thing, not
A response thing or?
yeah, almost like, you know, I don't have yours in front of me. Oh, yeah, here. So, you know, unfortunately, they might not actually be too conversant with the overall goals of the select board. But somehow or other, if we put in some prompts.
Right, they could learn, try to get a sense of it maybe.
Right. And I don't think it's effective because it wouldn't happen if we had to reinvent the wheel every time we sent one of these to a committee, right?
Right.
It should be a form.
Right.
And it should be something that is used from year to year. But we don't have to sort of tweak. We just put on the name of the committee and send it to the right person.
And keep it really simple,
Keep it simple.
because I don't think, you know, people like the volunteer work according to what they like to do in town, you know, their interests and so forth, but I don't think filling out a huge report 4 times a year cuts it with anybody.
No. So what I had suggested was that all we fill in is the name of the group, the reporting date. So basically that's the date that we would be talking to them at a meeting, and their charge, which is now supposed to be in the handbook. And the rest of it, they could just fill out. The question would be like, for me, now that I've seen your idea of the checklist, how could we sort of put in some boilerplate language, like, you know, that makes it relevant. The public body is supposed to be paying attention to what the select board does. But I mean, when we appoint people, maybe what we could do is just have something that we give people when we appoint them that says, you know, whatever we want to say. Like, for example, for the energy committee, we have article, what's the number?
36.
36. This is the direction that the town voted to go. Off you go.
Right. I mean, they're kind of goals of the town are also implied by what the various committees and commissions do as well. You know, as you were just saying, for energy, that's a strong interest in town. And the conservation committee, you know, and also
That's
for nature.
statutory.
That's statutory. The planning commission is what's actually
Statutory.
plan and have our, not every town has that though.
No, but
I'm
if
just
you
saying
have
that,
one,
I'm just saying that, you know, look at the values of the town are also just reflected in the committees and commissions themselves. So in a way, the select board has no vision or goals, you know what I mean? It's sort of like the values are expressed sort of more out there. And then I think we're dealing more with the budget and the administration, and things like that,
which
so.
is an expression of goals. Like we're gonna put money towards these things because they're important.
Well, that's true. We need to have the feedback from the committees about what is important, what people want to spend money on,
Mhm.
what the next project's gonna be, but I think it's really hard to get the conversation going. So
Yes, I agree. I wonder what, I think the form looks good. I think it's a nice idea, but in practice, how does it help me? And how does it help the town?
Right now, as you pointed out, we have no communication. All we do is appoint people when there's a vacancy. Done. And so then we find out sometimes, oh, this thing is happening and that needs insurance, right? Or this sort of project wants to be done, right? And the implication or the representation is that the town supports this, maybe for this particular company or something. It's that kind of thing that I think we need to hear. What are you doing? And how are you fulfilling your mission under your charge?
Yeah,
Maybe that's enough of a checklist that they've got to charge.
yeah. So I'm gonna interrupt because I think that is what we want to hear. And that's my point is, I would like to hear it. I don't want to read it. Reading is complicated. Some people don't write well, some it gets misinterpreted. Imagine sitting with all the heads of the committees, like a cabinet meeting, at some point during the year, and having them all present, listen to one another, and then share common concerns or that seems fun, effective. Maybe one of our meetings is that, and if the public wants to come or the committee members want to come, you know, quite a party.
I think it,
But you'd
I think
hear
it would be fun, but I think it would take a whole day,
it might,
which might be fun too, just have lunch or something, you know.
but
That's more like having a conference.
yeah,
I mean, it's more of a conference format.
really efficient, I think. I mean, well, I think it could be. For me, it's more efficient than reading a thing and then,
I just know I wouldn't do it. I'd be so bad. I'd never do it.
You wouldn't fill out the form, like
No.
Marcia's form?
I would never do it.
if we bring toffees.
I would bring coffee. It's way more than.
I mean, I see the value
I
of,
don't know.
the value of Marcia's form here is that once it's filled out once, it's pretty much, you know, that's not going to change very often for that, for each committee, right? So it's going to be very specific for each committee, but once you fill it out once, you know, the seats filled and the seats vacant might change. It gives a good overview of, it kind of reminds them what they are. Like a lot of this stuff reminds them about the practices that they have to keep.
Okay.
And so like, once you filled it out once, you could kind of keep it, and every year you could send it to the chair, and most of it's already filled out.
So you're talking once a year.
Yeah, I like that idea.
I'd fill it out once a year.
Yeah, that's what, I meant to say that, like,
Maybe say that's annual.
yeah, an annual report, and I like the idea of saying, you know, giving them a date that they would come in and kind of present this.
Talk to us.
And then we go with Kima's suggestion, which is, I always, dialogue face to face is always the best, to have them come in and just be like, this is what we're like, essentially reading off this, but expanding upon it. You know, in progress programs we completed, if we collaborate with other groups, and anything else we should know. And it doesn't have to be super long, but to have this form ahead of time gets, like, makes, brings me into the zone of like, oh, that's what the energy committee is. And then they come and talk about whatever they're doing, and then, great. And
I could see
and
that
annually, I think that makes sense. I don't know if you actually like calendared that out, like is annually to see every one of the committees and subcommittees, like,
So you,
that might be a lot.
That's,
It might be almost like every 2 years or something. I don't know.
but you'd see them on during successive meetings, or you
Yeah.
get them all together at
No,
once?
I think, I don't know, but I mean, maybe it's easier to do
So what
a
do we have?
day of it, but I was thinking,
Many, when
We
you
have
look at the handbook.
20 meetings, how many meetings we, do you know how many meetings we have, Donna? Select board
17
meetings?
until
It's
March.
twice a month,
Yeah.
right?
But it's not 24, Smiths and all that. Let's see.
But it's
No.
24 meetings
I
at
think we
least,
adjust.
24,
2 a month.
I think we skip Christmas when it falls on a weird
right?
day, but
Yeah.
23 or 4.
So it'd be tight. You'd be doing one
We
and
don't have that many committees.
yeah. But didn't you say, didn't someone just say 20?
Look in the handbook, I don't know.
I don't know, it seemed to me there were gazillions, but maybe that's because we wouldn't hear from all the subcommittees.
So Brennan,
So my thought, we also, when we get into the budget season, have a couple of committees at least that have standing budgets, some that make requests. So I don't know if this is going to be timely for this coming season, but it might be a question to ask is, what was your budget last year? Did you?
That's on the form.
Oh, it is on the form. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see
but
it.
the timing of hearing from them could be at budget time, because they want to talk about their budget.
Well, we'd want it,
Not so much.
you'd want it before budget time, I think,
Before.
because once
So,
we're in
September, August.
October, yeah, we're kind of like,
Hmm.
every
Right.
meeting's gonna be long budget grind. It's,
We could prioritize the ones that have budgets.
or we could do it standalone and the budget could just be, we know who has set a historic budget. Is anything changing? You wanna?
We're not inviting them to ask for more money.
Well, I think last year, some of those changed, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, they did.
So there might be needs to have something because they have a special project that they need to fund for the coming
Right.
year.
Emerald Ash Borer.
Or less, right? They could have, we didn't spend our money, we might not need a couple thousand, we might want 500 or something. So,
Right.
Well, I like this idea as an annual form. I think there's still some things where we might need to follow up, like the Trails Committee is, someone wants to give them benches.
Yeah.
Okay, so has that fall under a gift policy, you know, and do they know about a gift policy and does it matter? I don't know, it's so, sometimes seems just so bureaucratic, and are they gonna fall off the bench and hurt themselves, or
Who's gonna maintain?
who's gonna
them?
maintain it? You
Right.
know?
And are they installed in places that's town land, or is it gonna be someplace that's not?
Right, and do they know the difference between the fire district land and the town
Right.
land? And so, you know, I think the form's a great place to start. I think this is set for that.
Well, we could try test driving it with
We
a
could
couple of
test drive
committees.
A good idea. I mean, if your form seems like an addendum to the manual that we're about, that we're
Oh,
gonna talk
handbook.
about, the handbook, sorry.
There's a place, the last thing in the packet is for the form, I think, or for the policy or whatever we want to call it, because there is one right now that feedback from committees was they hated it,
Exactly.
Sure, it's too much.
so they didn't do it.
Right.
Okay.
But just doing it once a year, that's not too onerous.
No,
So I would find it acceptable. I don't know. Do you else, the other guys like it?
I like the idea of test driving it. Let's test drive it with a couple of committees that we want to know about.
You want to know
and
the
see if it works.
Affordable Housing Subcommittee?
Sure.
yeah, and we should
I've actually-
prioritize some of the budgets.
Do we have any
With
committee
budgets.
heads on the, no. Oh, well,
What's it?
should have gotten feedback.
If there were any committee heads
but I don't
in
see
the
any
audience,
committee
then
heads.
we see none.
So,
Why don't we try it with affordable housing and then another one or two with budgets?
So when you invite a committee to test drive this, what are you going to tell them? You're the first ones to try it?
We have not yet spoken to you, affordable housing.
Okay,
And so we want to hear from you and we would like you to fill
fill
this
out this
out.
form.
And this is the first time it's been used. So we'll
Okay.
be interested in not only your answers, but your feedback.
Okay, so we're asking for their feedback about how often they have to do it, or
No.
just anything about it, or what?
Well, like, is it confusing to the committee, right? Because this should be user friendly. If you're going to be having to drive it.
So if it's experienced committee, almost nothing will be unfamiliar, right?
Except they may not really be familiar with advisory or non-advisory, which is something that that's an opportunity for us
To learn.
to look at and say, well, we think that you should be acting like advisory or non-advisory.
I'm not sure I tell them it's the first time it's being used. We'll just say this is the form we're using.
I don't think it's a secret.
Maybe you can
Well, we're
ask
talking about a public meeting, so
Right,
they're gonna
right.
know. So programs planned, in progress and completed with one line each. I don't know.
I didn't want to scare anybody.
No, one page is much
Yeah,
more friendly.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, and then they can expand and we can ask questions.
Oh, that's true. Okay,
Like when they're talking.
all right, well, I'm okay with trying it. But what does it mean for our next agenda, for instance? Well, do you want to put it on the parking lot or? Also, what does it mean for the handbook?
Well, if we're going to use this, we could cite to this or put it in the handbook.
Okay, or say that there will be some kind of reporting.
Yeah.
Maybe to it, maybe?
Maybe the reporting right now says, here's the report. There's a link to that one.
Right, but we just linked to this one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Or we could just paste it in there and do the link. Either way.
all right, so if people hate it, what happens next? We amend the handbook
We
again?
talk about it. Yeah, I think the handbook is not law. It is not set in stone. It is a collection of forms, statutes, information about committees, elected officials. It's supposed to help people understand who's doing what in town. And if you're on one of these committees or an elected official, here are the statutes that pertain to you.
Okay, but this form, is this for us to know what they're doing?
Yes.
Not for someone who's trying to learn about what to do, except if you're new to a committee?
Yeah, I mean, it might be something that a committee would like to be able to access, just like the FAQs that we put in. Right? We've got a list of FAQs, like if you need a budget reimbursement, you go to the town manager's office.
Would it be possible to start off by, say, having Miranda send a copy of this to each committee and ask them to fill it out? And not worry about mentioning it anywhere yet, just the select board starts sending this out and asking them for a report.
And just see if anybody does it, or see if,
Yeah, get a little feedback, see how it works before we start to codify it.
Mhm.
Is there any reason we can't?
That might be a little too laissez-faire. I was thinking of filling in the name of each group and their charge.
Okay,
And then when scheduling of the agenda is happening, just putting down the reporting dates, so just target people.
sure, okay. Look at Miranda, could we just ask Miranda to send that out to the groups for now as a sort of favor to the select board? Or,
I think what will happen is there'll be a ton of questions to Miranda about what am I supposed to do with this? When is it due?
I think with a memo from the select board explaining what, why this thing is, Miranda, Roberta certainly be the conduit of the select board to the committees.
yeah,
But I wouldn't ask Miranda to, again, kind of answer 10 questions about why do we have to do this. That should be the select board's.
yeah, definitely coming from us. So it would come from us, would just be select board is requesting you to do this, but not have to worry about where it's going to be linked or where it appears in the book right now, so on.
how would you feel about that, Marcia? Sending it to everybody, all the committees?
I think if we sent it to all committees, we should send it to them and say, heads up, this is what we're thinking about doing. But we will invite you when when we want you to fill this out. Now, that might be even too confusing.
Well, they just lose it. I lose it.
So I'm just cycling so fast.
I would just hang on to this and target, you know,
Well, do we want to, sort of like convening a group
A group of,
whoever, yeah, like what have we always wondered about, you know?
Right, yeah, because the purpose of this is to fill us, is to inform us on like what each committee is doing, right?
we kind of did something like this when we were working through the handbook. We scheduled everybody,
Mhm.
but for some reason, affordable housing didn't get scheduled.
Hmm.
So it would be nice to close that loop by having affordable housing invited.
Mhm.
And they could fill this out as
Sure.
part and parcel. But what we did was just sort of explain to people, we're doing this handbook. We're trying to get our hands around what the charge is for your committee. You know, basically, I sent everybody a copy of the handbook page that pertained to them. And they had a chance to look at it and give us feedback. And it was a very sort of short, right, informal conversation where we got to hear from people about what they were doing. And but I think going forward, having a reporting structure like this is sort of responsible because we get to hear from people. And if we do it once a year, then we're keeping in touch with folks. And it might be something, you know, where we say, well, we've got something coming up with Tracy Hall. So we'd like to have the Energy Committee come in. And that's when we schedule them for that year.
I'm gonna be the devil's advocate and say, maybe don't do this. And, you know, I think most of the committees and commissions that publish minutes, you get an idea of what they're doing. And you're also getting an idea of what they're doing months to months. So to me, that's pretty efficient already. There's already a system in place to do that. They already know they have to do their minutes. But then if there's a particular question, like if Trails wants to put on benches, maybe we convene Trails. We say, come on in, we want to hear about the benches, you know, or with the over publicizing Gull Mountain, so there are traffic problems, you know, I mean, these things come up, but it doesn't seem like you have to kind of hover over everybody, you know, or even ask them once a year what they're doing and even get a straight answer. To me, I just think maybe it's too much.
Well, I think one reason that this was invented was because there was an existing one out there.
Yeah,
That
Claudette came up with that, the one that Claudette came up with.
Apparently, 2019.
Yeah,
It isn't being used, but it's there.
exactly.
So we could get rid of it and have no reporting.
I'm kind of leaning in that direction. Just simplifying.
So the reporting's on us to go and read everybody's minutes.
Well, I usually do.
Yeah.
If they're on the list. Yeah, it's,
The one place that doesn't help is when people suddenly say, well, I actually need some budget money, right? And we hear about that at the last minute.
well, we could have a form for last minute budget requests, right? As part of the budget formation process. Are you thinking you need an increase in your budget or a budget? That'd be a budget form if it's about money.
There's no real incentive to fill these forms out. And there's no consequence for not filling the form out.
Yeah, I think maybe it was,
Is that correct?
well, it's up to us. Yeah, it's up to us and our, whether we. using our judgment.
people.
You and I
Yeah,
think are
I mean,
thinking
we
maybe
can,
not.
we
but-
can remove people.
I know.
If we,
Oh, for not filling out a form?
no,
For gross negligence, we can.
Yeah. hard to
I'm
do that
afraid we're
with-
just ossifying town government. So that, you know, there's just no room for anybody to do anything.
well, let me just back up and say, the whole idea here was that in looking at the handbook for the information for the handbook, this came to light. It exists. One exists. If nobody likes it, then we should get rid of it.
Exactly.
If somebody thinks that we do need to hear from committees sort of regularly, which I actually do, and I don't think it's hovering, I think it's just doing our due diligence to sort of say, we're interested in what you're doing. And so this is the form that helps you tell us what you're doing. End of story. And I mean, if we receive it and put it in the packet and everybody says, oh, that's great.
Well, what if you just had like a seat at the table, like you had an opportunity for committees to show up just to chat?
Yeah.
And just see if they want to come in and chat.
But look at how your scheduling goes. I mean, that's the It's pretty busy, right?
Well, it's busy. Why add this to it?
Yeah, we could look at this in a completely different way, which is that like our meetings are just really super long right now. So why would we want to add anything more to it?
And our next meeting, we start with the public hearing on the planning and zoning stuff.
Yeah, so maybe we take this up when we have a little bit more time,
Table it?
time to
Table
take
it?
it up and,
Okay.
and until then, we'll read minutes.
You want to table it to a certain time or just table it?
I think until like time opens up for something like this. And it might not, and that might be like informative.
Wow.
It's sort of like not making a decision now.
Can you
I mean,
spell
we could-
forever?
We could clear it out and then see. If it comes up again.
Does anybody want to make a motion to rescind the other
I kind of
policy?
You're allowed to make motions too,
Okay,
Mary.
okay.
I mean, even though you're chair.
How am I gonna name that one? Policy governing this one? Oh my goodness, look at that name. See, that in itself is a red flag. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. I move to rescind the policy governing reporting of committees, commissions, task forces, or other groups. Look at this, it's crazy. Other groups, individuals appointed by the select board. Should I put a date on that? That was, I mean, when it was passed, so we know it's
Yeah, yeah.
exactly. That was adopted
May 23rd,
May
2018.
23rd, 2018. Okay. So, anybody want a second my motion? Who said it?
Second.
Okay,
Can you read through your motion?
yes, and it's on, I'll just sort of rip this out for you too. It's right on here.
Don't read it anymore.
So the huge name is right here. Sorry, a little punchy. So now we'll read the motion. I move to rescind the policy. Can you read off the thing there, Jenny?
Policy governing reporting of committees, commissions, task force, singular, or other groups / individuals appointed by the select board.
Okay, so that's to rescind that policy that was adopted on May 23rd, 2018. Is the other part of the motion. And Kimo has seconded it. Any further discussion? Okay, let's do a vote. Marcia?
Yes.
Ooh, okay. Kimo,
Yes.
Scylla,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. I'm so proud of you.
I don't think we needed it.
Doing good work.
So just pruned, just like.
I'm
pruned.
very gracious of everybody who actually wrote in all this stuff and did all the things.
Oh, I know. I know.
I felt like I didn't do my homework, so I feel
I didn't
really
either.
bad.
I don't either. I forgot I was supposed to
I
do it.
did too.
All right, now what? Now we're to the handbook. So does that mean that we would delete appendix E on committees or? Yep. Okay, so that's out. I guess now we're moving on to the select board handbook. So I have a couple of things to talk about. Maybe you guys are too. So I was concerned with Chris Katuki's evaluation of the handbook and,
Pass that around. That's for you.
oh, good. Talking about 1 VSA 1233, which is qualifications and authority of select board. In all matters, he or she shall be subject to the direction and supervision, shall hold office of select board, provided to every vote may remove him. So just to include that seems like a good idea to me.
Yeah. It's easily done. The handbook is not a charter. State law still controls, obviously. The town manager information is placed underneath the select board because the position is neither elected nor appointed in the same manner as other appointed individuals. The 1233 is fine to put in, but it needs to go in the top of the first group of statutes that are under the town manager thing. And it talks, in the first sentence about selection, and then the second sentence about direction and removal. It's interesting to note, of course, that the removal, this handbook does not change anything in the town manager contract. It does not change anything in law. And section 1235, which is cited under the town manager section, says, subject to the requirements of this chapter, the town manager shall have general supervision of the town. So it's inclusive of 1233. So it doesn't hurt to put 1233 in there. There's lots of statutes that are not in the handbook, obviously. This is for a particular purpose, to corral the things that people would look at normally if they're thinking about what does this particular person do.
Exactly. I think it would be helpful to include it.
Yep. So I've already put it in the place that I told you
Okay,
in the handbook,
but not in the one that's in the
not in
packet.
the one that's in the
Okay.
packet. It's,
Does
again, it's,
everybody like this idea?
does
including this?
everybody understand the
Okay.
idea?
Including the language that Chris Katuki suggested, is that?
So, yeah, he's
That's
talking about
cleavage, talking about.
Yeah, and Priscilla, Marcia put it on this handout that she gave us. Specific.
Oh, that's one,
that's the
well, whatever.
statute.
But he had
That's
some
the
other,
one that he's talking about, 1233, right? 24 VSA 12.
Yeah.
That's the one that Chris Katuki suggested should be specifically explained
So it's in there now, and, you
in a
know,
new draft.
so that's one part of what Chris mentioned.
Okay,
let me get a computer again. The language that he wanted to put in there, wouldn't agree with it.
okay.
I would leave the
We just have
statute
the
as
statute as written as what's rules anyway.
And I just want to point out that when we do have open comment, Watt Alexander's hand is raised.
Okay, thank you for noticing that. Sorry for the wait, Watt, would you like to comment?
Yeah, please. I guess I'd like to raise a concern, not just about including that statutory language, but about these two paragraphs, these two sections in the handbook at page 53, the interaction with town staff and the duties not within select board statutory responsibility. I was one of the authors of the 2001 report that promoted the adoption of a town manager form of government. And at the time, we hoped it would really clarify the role and the scope of authority of the select board in managing town affairs. Instead, really, for most of the intervening 25 years, it's really been more a subject of conflict and confusion regarding the respective roles and scopes of authority between the select board and the town manager. And in my opinion, these two sections actually perpetuate that confusion rather than clarify it. You've already looked at section 1233, and obviously the important section of that is that in all matters, the town manager, he or she, shall be subject to the direction and supervision and shall hold office at the will of such select board, which can remove him for cause. And that really is a very specific and unique role under Vermont law. And it's, I think, a very important question of sorting out this management relationship between the town manager and the select board, because it is the core of managing town government, and the ability to do that right, to have a town manager and a select board work well together with a clear understanding of who is responsible for what and who makes which decisions, is essential to whether we actually ultimately can manage this town well. And I'm not going to point fingers at any specific select board action or town manager action or previous town manager. I just think that the way these paragraphs are structured, I just have to say, I feel like it's actually a little misleading. And I just point out that there are two sections. There's a statement in the first section, select board interaction with town staff, that's bold, that says board members may not act on their own. And I think statutorily and case law bears out that the select board is a body that acts as a body, and individual select board members cannot act as individuals under color of select board authority unless the select board as a body has authorized an individual to do so. And so I think that's a very important thing to understand. I think unfortunately it gets conflated in the next section where the bolded language says the select board may not regulate how another official performs his or her duties. Now, that section draws on a case from 1960 regarding a road commissioner and the select board, which were elected officials at the time. And obviously elected officials derive their authority from the people. And therefore, one elected official can't mess with the authority of another elected official because they don't have that authority. In the case of a town manager, they are not just another official. Section 1233 makes clear that they have general authority over the administrative affairs of the town, but they do so subject to the direction and supervision of the select board. And I'll just say, over the last 25 years, I've seen select board members micromanage town managers. I've seen town managers, in some cases, guide and steer select boards towards decisions that were done in a way that I think a town manager was exceeding their authority and a select board was failing to carry out their statutory authority to supervise and direct. I think it's a very difficult thing to do in the best of times. I think an elected volunteer board, sometimes that doesn't necessarily have much management experience, can really struggle with this. And I would really urge you all to focus on these two sections and how they're written and what you want them to say, because until and unless the select board has a very clear understanding of its role and the town manager has a very clear understanding of their role and routinely identify where something falls within the town manager's role and where something falls within the select board's role, we're going to simply continue this struggle. And I think it unfortunately wastes a lot of people's time. I think it's wasted a lot of people's money, and I think it leads to a lot of hard feelings that really could be avoided if people were more explicit about roles and scope of authority.
Thank you. Thank you, Watt. Marcia, will you respond?
So those are exactly the reasons that those two sections are in there. They're quoted from the municipal law basics, as you can see. And the point is, unfortunately, Chris and you have both sort of inferred that the paragraph that begins interference in duties not within the select board statutory responsibility pertains to the town manager. It does not. The town manager is located in that document in the place that it is simply because he comes underneath the select board in terms of responsibility. What I was trying to do with those two paragraphs was highlight exactly the problems that you have highlighted and noticed. We have been dealing with those certainly in the 5 years that I've been on this board. And so basically, what I was trying to do was just throw in at the bottom of the select board section that the select board can't interfere with town staff, because we've had a lot of that. We've had too much of it where town manager time is potentially usurped by a select board member unilaterally asking for a lot of information and other things. And then the interference in duties, that again is not about the town manager. It's about keeping your own lane. Where elected officials don't tell other elected officials what to do. From the time that I came on the board and when I was chair, basically I kept handing out all of the stuff that I could to the select board members to say, these are the roles that are in statute, and try and follow those roles so that we're not stepping on toes, and so that we can keep a town manager, because we cannot micromanage him. There was a time when we didn't have a town manager and I was the chair and we had contracts that had to be signed. And it was getting kind of critical that they needed to be signed. I asked town council, what do you want me to do here? And they said, you can't do anything because you don't have the statutory authority. So all of the whole point of those two sections is to sort of get to those exact problems that you've highlighted. Now, I don't know where they might live in this document or how somebody else might want to write them, but they're about trying to get to those two problems where select board doesn't interact with town staff sua sponte on their own, you know, without telling the rest of the board what's going on. And also the select board doesn't interfere with other people or other elected officials, but not obviously the town manager, because 1233 does control, as does the town manager's contract. I didn't think that those were necessary. It was necessary to put in 1233, especially since the next section, 1235, specifically talks about subject to the requirements of that chapter. 1233 is in that chapter. So you can see where I was going with it. And I'm singing in the choir. If this town is going to survive and keep its town manager and have a productive relationship, then everybody needs to learn where their lane is and stay in it.
May I respond?
Go ahead.
I would then recommend that you take out the third bullet point of the select board interaction with town staff. First of all, Marcia, I didn't realize you had written this. This is quite an undertaking and you deserve a lot of credit for the amount of work that went into this document.
I can't understand you. Can you slow down?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you say the bullet point you're referring to, what?
Well, first, I just wanted to make sure, I just wanted to say Marcia deserves a lot of credit for pulling together this document. I didn't realize this was the work of one person. It's a huge task, and I respect the effort. I would say the part that unnerved me a little bit here was that third bullet point in select board interaction with town staff, which technically is correct, but if you read those two sections together, there's sort of a logical progression that starts to conflate the town manager's statutory authority with the question of whether another official's performance of their duties may be regulated by the select board in the following sentence. I 100% agree that it
Do
has
we
been
know
a
what
historical.
sentences these are?
So
Hang on,
I mean,
So are you at the point where it says the select board's authority when the town is voted for? a
Yes,
town
I
manager?
am there. Is that specifically what Watt's talking about?
That's the
exactly.
one you're talking about, right?
I'm
Okay,
simply
Okay,
saying.
and that's one that Chris Patuki suggested we change.
right.
Okay.
So would it be sufficient to sort of work section 1233 into that for clarification?
So I'm not happy with putting 1233 up under the select board because it's in the statute, it appears under the town managers.
But in this sentence, you're talking about the relationship of the select board with the town manager, including the select board authority. So maybe the sentence needs to move, that one needs to move under town manager or something. You could move it under town manager if you don't like it there, but
I can move that one under town manager.
do you have a town manager section? Let's see.
It's right, yeah, it's right below.
Just below. Yeah.
There.
Oh, so just move this
And I
sentence down and,
And I cite 1235.
well, it is confusing and we're trying to not be confusing.
So we have 1235, I can just take out that sentence. Does that make everybody happy?
The third bullet point,
The third bullet.
yes.
And I guess I would simply clarify that
1235, I don't think that 1235 as written here describes the relationship of the select board to the town manager, because it says subject to the requirements of this chapter, which may describe it, but doesn't here. He or she shall have general supervision of the affairs of the town, be administrative head of all departments, and shall be responsible for the efficient administration. So that's what the town manager does, but it does not describe the relationship, which is in 1233. So I would stick 1233 in there. Maybe
That's where I put it in the new draft.
okay, so it's right ahead of this.
Yeah.
Okay, that worked. I think that's gonna be,
And the reason I put that bullet 3 there is because I don't know if a reader would I had to say this so many times in our select board conversations that we are limited. There's things we cannot do as a select board once we have a town manager form of government. And that's just true.
right, but I think maybe taking it out might be smart, that bullet point, because I think it's not clarified there.
And the only
I would
other
take it
point
out.
I would make is that the next section that begin the interference and duties not within the select board statutory responsibility, that first bold sentence, select board may not regulate how another official performs his or her duties. I think that I think that conflicts with 1233, which clearly places the town manager's performance of their duties under the direction and supervision and hire fire decision of the select board. So I think that's overbroad for a statement of the crucial relationship. And I agree with Marcia, and it really was one of the core animating factors in deciding to go to a town manager was individual select board members micromanaging town employees. And that is a corrosive and entirely negative practice that needs to be policed and governed by the select board members, by the body as a whole. And obviously a town manager is hired subject to the statutory authorities and subject to a contract. But it's important for the select board to realize, I think, Marcia, you say it well, the select board has one employee, the town manager. And the select board needs to manage that town manager in a way that helps the town manager do their job better and helps the town manager not have to fill in space where they end up in conflict with the select board. And that's not an easy relationship. And it takes work and it takes open communication. But I've gone on enough. So thank you.
So for that section, I think it's important because of problems that we've seen. And I think maybe all that we need to do for the interference in duties, we have to just make it, I can tweak that so it's clear that it's not talking about the town manager.
Can I just interject something as a new select board person? Like, when I was reading that, my less informed takeaway was that this was speaking to how the select board can interact with the town clerk and the listers.
Yeah.
So when I was reading this and it says how other official, like, essentially, and this is what I'm finding fascinating, is like, we're with the elected officials here, we are elected officials, the town clerk and the listers are elected officials. And so we don't have any, authority over how they run their shifts.
Right.
And so that's what I took away from this.
But that's right.
Okay.
That is true.
So then I'm not quite sure.
Where the town manager comes into.
Well, yeah. So what, yeah, so like, this makes a lot of sense and it was helpful to read, and it just was clarifying that we don't have any say over the listers and the town clerk.
And it's in the select board section, the town
Right.
manager section, it's
Right.
below that.
Right.
So, I mean, I didn't.
So I didn't apply this at all to any town manager issue.
Okay. Well, that's the way it's supposed to be read, and it's not my language. It's from Municipal Law Basics, which comes from the Secretary of State's office.
I thought it was clear as well.
So I think,
It's elected officials are talking about,
Right.
just leave that in.
the town manager is clearly not an elected official.
Right.
Right.
I think we're okay in that paragraph.
So I'll take the third bullet out.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
already
that's
in
probably,
number
that's good.
135.
Yeah, that's
Under
good.
13.
That'll clarify that. I have, I've got an idea. I don't know if it would work. So I was thinking about that we recently got, from VLCT, a notice that the open meeting law had updates. So I'm wondering if that could be part of the OML section, like
It's in there.
really as a link.
Yes.
So do you have to dig for it or?
Go back to, let me show you the page.
Okay.
Um,
It's not in the table of contents, right?
Yes, it is.
Oh, well, I'm just not reading closely. That's good though, that you are on the case. Like selections, definitions.
So pages 6 to 8, my draft memo says, or my memo about the handbook. Citations to the 2 recent acts is included. So if you look on page, it's in red. On page 38 of the packet,
Okay.
and it says effective dates in Act 133, 2024, and Act 51, 2025. The legislature made permanent changes to the open meeting law. And then I cite to it,
Okay.
VLCT, and then legislative amendments to the open meeting law were signed on this date by the governor, went into effect on this date. And see the act here, so I've got links.
So my question is just, they seem to keep tweaking it and changing it. Is there a way just to link to that rather than have to revise the handbook every time they change something?
Well, I think when there
Maybe
are
not.
changes, we'll just go in and fix
Incorporate.
them.
Well, it is
Right.
nice if it's there too for
Yeah.
people to see.
Because
Okay,
we
well, that
agreed
was-
that it was gonna go on the website.
Right.
So all of the red on pages 33, 39, all of that's new,
Okay.
including advisory versus non-advisory,
Yep.
what that means. Training. And the town of Norwich website, which is where the open meeting law requirement information about, penalties and all that kind of stuff is.
Right. Okay, thank you, Marcia, for clarifying that. Any other questions for now in the handbook? I might need to live with it for a while. This is-
Yeah. I have one question.
Go ahead. Emma.
In the elected officials and appointed individuals groups contained, page 44.
Page 44 of the packet.
It says the removal and dissolution with power to remove appointments is expressly defined for certain commissions and boards, including Planning Commission, Conservation Commission, Board of Adjustment. Select Board similarly furnished for adoption, that appointed individuals may be removed. And or Select Board created committees, boards, commissions may be dissolved by unanimous vote. A few weeks ago, we took a member away from a commission or a committee.
Right, the finance committee.
Are we allowed to do that? Yeah, Finance Committee.
We created it, we can uncreate it.
This
create a new-
doesn't say that.
Oh,
Well, it says we can remove appointed individuals. It doesn't say
oh, I see what you mean.
positions.
So I can add,
And we can remove committees, boards, commissions. They may be dissolved, but it doesn't say that we can change doesn't say that we have
Partial dissolving power.
the power to, so.
can amend the, what is it?
Well, we'll do we or don't we? It looks to me, based on
Yeah.
what I'm reading here, that
That we would not, it would be individuals that you could unappoint or.
except for the Planning Commission, Conservation Commission, and Board of Adjustment.
No, hold the phone. This all came up in the context of subcommittees. And who got to create subcommittees and how that all worked. So legal counsel confirmed that we have the power to approve subcommittees and create them. So the way it works now is planning commission or whoever wants a subcommittee, they create it in their, this is what we want. And there's a form that exists in the town manager's office. And they basically fill it out and say, we want to create this committee. Will the select board bless it? And these are the people that are going to be on the committee. And this would be Not for committees that have, this is going back to my memory bank, not for committees that have pre-existing members. Like if we're all on a committee and we decide that we want a subcommittee of Priscilla and Matt to do X, then the select board doesn't have to approve it. But if we decide that we want Joe Smith to be on this subcommittee because Joe Smith has some expertise, then he gets listed. It's going to be Priscilla, Matt, and Joe Smith. Please, select board, bless this committee, and that's how it works.
So, but wasn't Chemo referring to a standalone committee, the finance committee? That's not
Yeah,
a subcommittee.
I think that's the one.
No, but it's the same intellectual idea that how? Because we're creating committees. What do you
Talking
call it?
about subcommittees.
Whether you call it a subcommittee or a committee, we've created a childcare committee. We've created what else was it? The
Oh,
task
the,
force for,
Well, the green procurement. task force.
Nowhere in here does it tell me that we have the power to.
well, what I'm doing
remove a
here,
Position.
What
So I'm just,
what I'm doing here is specifically listing the statutes for those
Okay.
three.
well, what I'm commenting on is, we did a thing.
Yep.
It's
It
not
doesn't
covered in
appear to
here.
be covered in there.
Well,
So
it's
maybe we should just look at it again.
I can add that in here.
We also.
The red language says, the select board similarly affirms by adoption that appointed individuals, and we
Allowed
can
to
make it.
dissolve.
Okay, we've got a side conversation. So Chemo and Priscilla are noted, we did dissolve the committee, is what you were
Right.
saying.
The audit committee, yeah.
The audit one.
It does say we may dissolve. by
But I don't
unanimous vote.
know if we dissolved the finance committee before.
I don't know why we don't dissolve the childcare committee.
Well, that had a sunset, so it's no longer active.
It's in
I
there.
don't know why
Well,
it's.
that was,
still
that
there.
was.
Okay.
Well, if we need to change the language in red, we can.
I think maybe we need to think about that language in red and
Okay.
maybe come back to this because we're starting to get a little bit tired, I think. But I think we made some progress on it. We'll keep working at it. I
We'll
think
make the changes we talked about.
Yeah, we'll just come back to this because we're getting a little tired and we don't want to. We want it to be as good as we can make it. All right, so our next item is strategic planning. Do you have energy to talk about that, or do you want to? Another time? Strategic planning,
I had a question.
yeah.
So when this came up before, it struck me that I didn't really understand where it was going to go because we have through the budget process, our bailiwick, we plan for what we're going to spend money on and how we're going to spend money. And the planning commission is charged with thinking about what the town's going to look like in terms of town plan and bylaws for zoning. So it wouldn't be up to the select board to say, we want to have an airport. That was my example from last week. But it would be something that the planning commission could say, we want to have an airport. And so we want to invent a capital plan to cover that. Select board, will you approve that and put it to the voters? So I'm just not sure where this goes,
Right.
what it
Sort of
means.
What is the definition of a strategic plan for the town? And we had long ago when Steve Flanders was on, we had a very stripped down way of thinking about it, which was these sort of quadrants. So it was sort of like threats and
There's a SWOT assessment.
opportunities and
Strengths, weaknesses, SWOT, SWOT is
Right.
one of the models to do it, and it's quick and easy, and it's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats.
right.
And you can apply that
to
however
many
you'd like.
things. Yeah, large or small,
Yeah,
right?
and then usually like it's led to I've done this a bunch with the fire department, like it's a brainstorming session about all the people that are, involved.
Exactly.
And they throw up a lot of, often, sometimes you'll do it and you'll throw up all the ideas on the board
Mhm.
and with stickies, and then you talk about sort of your priorities in those areas.
Right.
And it helps to kind of inform a year plan or a 3-year plan or a 5-year plan, like however, however you want to expand or contract your timeline, and then when you're talking about certain things like where you either expend your effort or your treasure, like then you've already thought about it, right?
Mhm.
And so, and you can do that, like, you want to use your efforts as efficiently as possible. So you don't want to come up with like super grand plans that are never going to happen, but it's also worth like, just like personally, it's worth sitting and thinking about like, what do you want to accomplish in the week, month, year,
Exactly.
3 years. It's important in any sort of like department or town. The last time Norwich did something that's more extensive than this, that I understand about was back in 2006 and 2007. And I'll share the documents with you because like they're fascinating, they're cool, they're awesome in my mind. Like, because what they did was, so it looks like they formed a committee called the Capital Facilities and Equipment Planning and Budgeting Committee. And it was there to kind of assist the town manager and the select board to gather all this information. And they basically, it was made up, the way I understand it, and I'll send, there's 2 documents that I have. It was made up of some select board members. At the time, they had a finance committee, so some finance committee members, some planning committee some planning board members, and it might have been even some like outside, townsfolk. And they went to each department and basically said, like, what do you have now? Like, what's your SWOT essentially? Like, what do you have now? What are your strengths, your weaknesses, like the threats that you see coming up, and your opportunities. And then they compiled all that information, and then they also kind of like looked at the data for where Norwich is trending, population stuff or monies or whatever. And then they said, all right, these are some things that we really think we should prioritize going forward. And that let them, essentially, it let them be more informed when they were developing their strategic, like filling up their designated funds, right?
I see.
So for an example, like Public Works said, we need a grader coming up, and fire department said, like, we need to start adding more money into our designated fund for apparatus because we have to replace this one and this one and this one. And so it informed like that part too. And it was the seed to replacing the double wide trailer that was the police and fire offices with like the current public safety building.
Interesting.
And it also, like, there's a lot of stuff that, like, there's a bunch of stuff that doesn't happen too. Like, there's plans of, I don't know, improving the sidewalks or traffic or whatever. But the reason that I think that this is probably worth doing in some form is because when we wind up with money left over at the end of the year, surplus, then like we can say, oh, all right, let's look at the plan and see where we've got it. Now we can get ahead. We have an opportunity here to get ahead of the plan, right?
I see.
And like we see that coming up, even if we add 6% to the Public Works, vehicle appropriation designated fund, we're still not going to have enough money to buy the grader that we need to buy, 5 years out. But now that we have this surplus, let's add some money here so that then we really can get that grader when we want it.
Okay.
There's an oversimplified form of it, but like, I think I don't want to take up any more time on this, but like, I do think it's worth having, I'll send out these things to you, these 2 documents about the 2007 plan. And then we can kind of see, we don't have to do it that fully,
Intensively.
but I think it's great. The only thing that I would ask for now is that we do, 2 years ago, we started and we have a spreadsheet of capital purchasing plan for each department. And that was really important. And Joyce was part of that. Like, I'd like to see that,
See that.
see those spreadsheets. Like, I know they exist, and also I acknowledge that those spreadsheets are only valuable if we reflect on them every year and update them every year.
Right.
Because like the cost of everything goes up. And so if we don't update them, then you're gonna be really off in your targets when you
Also,
want to
when's-
purchase.
When is the, a good time of year to do that?
Yeah.
September, for instance, something like that?
Yeah,
Like
yeah, to
before budget
update them
season?
before budget season, but like, even if we get them as a select board now, we can all look at them and understand them.
Right.
And then, then when the numbers become more current, when the department heads like update it, then we'll at least be familiar with the whole format of it, and we can ask our questions about the format, and then when the numbers come in, like, we can just more quickly understand them before budget season.
Okay, good thoughts. Marcia?
So how does that stick within the roles that we were just talking about for select board and town manager?
Well, specifically the capital purchasing spreadsheet that I'm talking, the thing that exists, like, that's something that that we should definitely be seeing during budget season anyways. And it's been in, select board packets, I think 2 years ago. But I don't think it's ever been in its complete form that. And that's where, it's our primary goal or our primary duty as a select board is fiduciary responsibility. This spreadsheet like gives us what the town and the departments see as like what they need for money, and it lets us understand that. So it's like
I agree with
completely
that, but my question still stands. How does that? Because we've got the definition for the town manager role.
Mhm.
So how does this
I would
mesh?
say we would just request to have that information available
Yeah, but
before budget season.
is he
So
the town manager, is he involved in this?
involved in making suggestions as to what an appropriate amount will be over time, like that, like shaping it.
Oh, it's shaped by the department heads, the town manager and the finance department and stuff. Like, I think that it's just important that we as the select board just see it.
Yeah.
And understand it, because it's going to, like, we're gonna have to see it before budget season anyways.
Yeah.
And I think in Joyce's presentation, maybe 2 years ago, like, one of the slides was essentially like, and once you have created this thing, which took a lot of effort, and I give a lot of credit to all the department heads, finance, like, once you've created it, the select board has to understand it, the select board has to support it. And then every year it should be updated and reviewed and, supported as well. And that's kind of like, that's the basic capital purchasing,
So basically
plan.
just more of what we've done.
Yeah.
So I had this idea, and I like, Matt, that you mentioned that the SWOT model can be used on many levels, but just starting out as your chair this year, wondering how to set the goals and whether, I think maybe in one of my years, we had a separate session where, we put them up on the wall or something, but maybe it'd be useful for starting off the select board year or maybe farther into the year. I don't know.
You kind of did that.
We
Yeah,
kind
you
of
kinda
did,
did
but I don't know if it was really an effective session. And I sort of asked for goals, but maybe a little more formality to how it's asked might have helped that. So I'd like to hear from Priscilla, because she kind of sparked this conversation. You have any comments or
Just
feelings or?
only two. It's very hard to ask a select board member in isolation, and especially one new to the board, what the goals should the board have. And the other is, I just feel anything I say is just lost in the wind, so that's just, never mind.
Okay, well, I think you started a very good conversation here, so trying to be inclusive.
Thank you.
Chemo, do you have some thoughts about strategic planning?
No, they're forming.
Okay. So should we move on? For now?
please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Public comment.
Come on up, please, and make your public comment.
Chris Clement, 80 Waterman Hill. Everything that Matt just said all came down to budget. And you guys are talking about strategic planning. which the planning commission members, part of the whole capital planning thing, you have like 3 different things going on: strategic planning, capital planning, and then you have budgets, right? And you guys already have a committee. It's called the Finance Committee. And everything you just said fit in the bucket of a Finance Committee. They are waiting for you guys to give them a charge. Everything you just said falls under the Finance Committee. You guys have got amazing amount of people, really highly qualified people, ready to do this kind of work. And you guys have done nothing but discourage them. So strategic planning, call it one word, Finance Committee, blend them together. That's
Thank you. Any other comments? I don't think so. All right, well, let's move on. It's getting late. Now we're on to the lister's contract for outside services. How shall we frame this discussion? I guess we touched on it earlier, that the town manager was asked to sign a contract for Amanda Balloon to continue her services. And then also noticed in passing a action by the listers to give themselves raises, which was surprising because it happened outside of the kind of the budget process. So it was a bit of a red flag. So you could argue maybe they're related, maybe they're not. But those are the events that kicked off this attempt to kind of see whether this is our bailiwick or not, and to give some guidance to our town manager about signing this contract. So,
As I said earlier, I think he already has the authority without asking us to sign the
sign the
contract. And he's welcome to wonder whether he thinks they should be, instead of having this contract, trying to find a full-time assessor or something, which they already have put an RFP out for, but it's not anybody's business but the listers how they run their office. So I don't think we should be talking about this. And as for the pay thing, again, they stay within their budget. They get to operate how they want to do it. I don't think this is our purview at all.
okay, thank you. Anyone else want to comment? Yes, no?
I think it generally goes along with my understanding. I think I could, yeah,
Okay, so what she said.
more or less,
All
yeah.
right, all right. Marcia?
Well, we were, Brennan laid out the history in his memo about what was expected. I mean, I remember doing homework when I came on the board, trying to figure out who's who and who did what. And there was a period when this was a big discussion in the select board about, and you probably were on the board at the time, about whether or not there would be an assessor in the office, or listers or whatever, just listers. And then it was agreed that there would be both. And then we had the request for a couple of years running that the listers wanted to go from a, what do you call it, stipend to wages, and then how much the wages would be. And of course, that's where the select board has to make a decision about budgeting. And so we have a responsibility to sort of figure out what's reasonable. And I think maybe one of the things we should probably do in the future is look at other offices and see how much they're paying their folks. But in any event, in sort of to get it off the plate, I made a suggestion that it be voted by the taxpayers, whether or not we'd move from a stipend to wages, and basically said, whatever's in their budget, if they want to pay themselves, they can pay it. And they said, we won't pay all of it to ourselves. And Brennan made a comment that they're asking for, or have had overtime and stuff. And so it seems like the maximum amount has been requested to be used. And, if the budget is the budget and the amount of time, that the amount of money that they're going to be paying themselves, which in itself is an odd thing for, people to just decide that they're worth this much money. I mean, Mary's had much more experience with the pay, well, the union and stuff and how things are done.
Right. The arrangements are
Right.
made with union negotiations. so-
Right. And so if a lot of time is needed to work in the office and the budget's going to be stuck to, but the hourly wage has been jumped up 3 grades.
It's about contract.
Oh, excuse me, let her finish. You'll get a
It's about a
chance.
contract.
Excuse me. Let Marcia finish. You'll get your chance.
So that's part of the budget that is also paying for this lister who was supposed to be more knowledgeable and necessary since the assessor left. And so basically, I feel, Brennan was right to come to us because it's confusing. Where are we headed with this? And we're headed to budget season. And so I think, and this contract would go into the budget season for the new one. And, I don't know, I hadn't heard that there'd been an RFP issued. It had been talked about for some time. But basically, as we head into the budget season, I think we need to sort of be thinking about this. And do we want to, or can we say that we have the budgeted money to pay for this additional lister? They now have 4 listers. Maybe it's needed for another 6 months, maybe it isn't. I don't know, but I think it's a question that was reasonable to be brought to us and that we should discuss, and that it is in our bailiwick because we have a responsibility, fiduciary and otherwise, to make sure that we're budgeting the right amount of money for necessary work to be done.
All right, thank you, Marcia. Matt, do you want to weigh in or?
This topic has forced me to learn as quickly as possible about the interconnectedness and not interconnectedness between the elected, groups in this building. And I find it kind of like interesting and awkward and curious in the way that government is. And it, if nothing else, reinforces the need to kind of work together with good intentions and not assume, malintent sometimes and things like that. So I think because the select board votes on budgets and yet we have no authority over, some of the budgets that we're even voting on, nor their pay or whatever. It's just, I think when there's money questions, it's reasonable for our only employee to say, I just want clarification. But in this case, I would also say that I think that it's within his authority to sign the contract.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we go to public comment?
Yeah, because I agree. It was correct to come to us for advice, but without documentation during our last meeting, it felt impossible. It was just people were talking. And so I appreciate having the documentation. Having gotten the documentation, I just don't see that a group that has established a budget has to stay within that budget. They have no choice. They're not going to come back to us for more money because that money has been promised. I'm not sure why it's odd to give a raise now as opposed to next week or 3 months ago, if they feel that it's a legitimate thing to do. Which I do. I mean, it's not an outrageous hourly rate for the work that they're doing. It fits within their budget. We've given that money already. I just don't see that we are in a position of making a decision about it. It seems to me okay to sign these agreements and get on with life. But
Okay,
I appreciate getting the documentation now so that I
can
can
understand
understand
it.
it better.
okay. Brennan?
So I guess let me reiterate my awkward position here, which is that I, as the town manager, may feel that this is an inappropriate contract to sign. So I guess within my authority and powers as the town manager, I can just not sign it. I can say, no, I don't think this is correct, and I won't. I don't necessarily think that in this scenario, because I think Amanda Bellew is a useful entity in the Lister's office. I've seen her in operation. She's very competent. And my concern only at this point is this the right time to extend a 6-month contract? And my concern for the last year and a half has been the need to have an assessor, a professional trained assessor in the office. So if an RFP has been issued, Priscilla mentioned that, I think, in her earlier comment. I'm not aware of that, so that's great. I'm happy to hear it.
It's planned. I don't know. I'm just looking at the documentation we all got.
Okay, yeah, I would prefer, I think, that we had a shorter term for Amanda and a sense of urgency to hire an assessor as quickly as we can. Again, my feeling, as I put in an email, is we should have done this a year ago, and we would have had somebody that had a little more experience to help guide and lead through the reappraisal process, and we might have been more efficient in that endeavor. But that's not really my purview, right? I'm not the manager of the listers, and I'm not the manager of the reappraisal process. So that's just my feeling. And then I guess prompted by the increase in the wages to the listers that we have, and the amount of $28.50, which is the amount of hourly wage that we would pay Amanda, I almost morph into, should we be talking about keeping her or using her more extensively for the shorter period of time, if she could be useful? I don't know, I guess there's kind of two ways of looking at it here. She's now a much better value to the town as a very experienced lister, making significantly less than what we have currently. So I guess when I brought this to the board, I was kind of hoping you would say, well, go ahead and just, we would like you to sign this, because that makes it very easy. I've been directed to sign a contract. If it's left to me as my discretion, I will continue to think about what I feel like is the best interest of the town for the long run and the short run here.
Okay, thank you, Brennan. Well, let's take a public comment. Do you want to comment, Cheryl?
Well, yes, thank you. This is something that is a contract. We wish to continue in the new fiscal year for the person who has worked well with us, who has done great work, has trained us, has given us a value, and she now is valuable to the town. What is frustrating is that all of this has been brought forward at a time when the listers are doing the most critical project for this town, which is to produce a grand list so taxes can get billed. And all of this is adding stress to an unnecessary time for us to be working on what we're doing. And without that grand list, not much else can happen. So we presented the contract on June 5th and heard nothing back. Town manager stopped at our door before the formal hearings, I inquired about the contract, wasn't sure, indicated a couple of questions, we chatted, going to sign them, left us. June 23rd, nothing had been heard from the town manager. We're right here in the same building. Where is the collaboration? Nothing. So I ask again, nothing was responded to. And then, unbeknownst to any of the listers, this was brought up at the last meeting under a TM report that had no indication that this was coming. That is currently now a violation of the open meeting law. Your agenda must indicate what you want to discuss. This contract will raise her rate. She'd gladly give her $38.50 an hour if that's what you want to do. We're working on behalf of the town. Amanda is content. She's worth more. She's not asking for more. We've talked with her about it. And for us to have her help from now through the end of this reappraisal project, the grievances, the Board of Civil Authority appeals, hopefully we don't have any, is very, very valuable. And it's a contract, and she will end the contract at any point that we hire somebody who is an assessor. I will not use the word professional because that is a misnomer, but people do have assessment and assessing skills, and they have degrees, and we will put an RFP out, but we're not able to do all that right now. We have work to do that is not done. We're sitting in there today and every day, accepting grievances, scheduling people for those grievances, and making sure those that are in question of what they need to do get help. We are the professionals in this town office for the listers. We are the ones helping the residents of our town. And I can give you many an email thank you from the people of this town for the work that we do. It is not the listers that delayed any of this project. It is the appraisals, the reappraisal firm that we have overseen, even though the town manager was asked to manage that contract when things got delayed last year by Roger Arnold at this table or on Zoom, it didn't happen. The listers managed the contract and the work to be done. And we've pulled this reappraisal off because of our diligence and work ethics. And we've learned a lot, and we deserve what we have to be having Amanda stay with us through the rest of this effort. And we will, in 3 months, when we catch our breaths, issue an RFP for assessing services. I think you'll find there aren't any people available, but we hope that's not the case. We've been working with an assessing firm. The individuals doing the reappraisal have been professional assessors. That's what you've asked about. Why hire another person in our office when you have a reappraisal firm qualified by the state of Vermont to do a reappraisal work? Why would we do that? That's too expensive. So this is our least expensive and most valuable request. And it was within the authority of the TM, and it was pushed back twice before to do it. May I answer any questions?
I just like to make a point. There aren't 4 people working all the time in the lister's office. Amanda works 1 or 2 days a week. Cheryl and Pam are working ridiculous hours. Pam told me she worked 80.5 hours in a 9-day period trying to get this done. And Ernie is, yes, he's a lister, but he has other obligations and he is very rarely there. So you kind of have 2.5 people trying to get all this done.
Thank you.
And the contract that sits here not signed is already in this year's fiscal budget. I mean, they're not asking for money that they don't have to spend this thing.
Thank you. That's correct. I failed to mention that point. This is within our budget. We will stay within our budget. The listers are one of the groups that has always stayed within our budget and turned back money. We've managed the budget very well, and that would be something I would always want to do for our town.
Thank you, Cheryl. Anyone else want to comment or question? Cheryl, can you yield to Chris here? Oh, sorry.
First of all, Chris Clement, 80 Waterman Hill. First of all, I want to thank Cheryl, Ernie, and Pam for an amazing amount of work under horrible, horrible circumstances that were actually caused by select board members not rejecting multiple times to have the reappraisal done sooner. I was a lister at the time where we have heard, no, we're not going to give you the budget for a reappraisal. So now we fast forward, we're in this predicament. Second thing, you guys just finished talking about the handbook, and it said very clearly, the elected officials don't interfere with each other. And yet this whole conversation is about that. Third, I find it kind of, I use my word very carefully, that Marcia has just said again, that we should, during budget season, look at the listers. And I find that almost in a way a threat by saying we have control of the purse strings. So you said, well, why don't we look at other towns and what they budget for listers? So I asked for the VLCT compensation report. And if you want to go down that route and say, what do other towns, what are the wages of other listers? You can also go down the road that in the VLCT compensation report, if you look at other towns, the average town manager only gets paid $115,000. So if you want to go down that road, go ahead. But it's now going to say, why did you guys, what were the reasons why you and Mary, Priscilla, I think you were in the meeting at the time, why did you guys decide to pay a town manager $140,000?
That's not the topic of this.
It's not the time. No, I'm drawing.
Voted for it, by the way. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that Marcia just brought up the idea that we should look at that.
But that's not what we're talking about here.
You guys, your point of order has been off as of the 2-week select board. 2 weeks ago, your select board meeting, you were already off point of order. And yet this one was supposed to be on contracts, and Marcia is starting to say we should, the point of order, this is what board members are allowed to do that, but we can't actually bring that up and say, I disagree.
I don't understand that.
Sorry. You guys, you and Marcia brought up the wages last week when all he brought up, he started bringing up the contract and the wages as a combination. The whole point of it was Cheryl and the listers were only asking for Amanda's contract signed. You two dragged it, the three of you dragged it into the whole thing about listers' wages. Now, Marcia says tonight, what we should do is see if it's fair, and we should look around the compensation of other listers around the state. And I'm saying if you're going to go down that kind of route, you should also be looking at the average compensation of other people. Why, if you guys have the purse strings, why are you doing that to the listers? And it goes back to what Matt said. And what you said in your letter, there is tension. Who's creating it and why? I think that's what you guys need to have a conversation of. I really think that this tension is so unnecessary. And Matt really hit the nail on the head when he said, it needs to stop. I mean, why are you guys doing this? The listers are doing Cheryl has 12 years as a lister. Ernie has been a lister. Pam has had many years as being a lister. If you want to know qualifications and how much time somebody's put into it and what they're worth their wages, Cheryl, 12 years in the lister's office. I think her compensation is right up there.
Okay, thank you, Chris. All right, so I think we've aired out this subject as much as we can. Shall we direct our town manager to sign the contract and just move on? What do you guys think? Because he said he would appreciate being directed to do so.
That's what I would advise.
Okay, Chemo says yes. Matt is nodding yes.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to, but yes, if that's what it
Okay.
takes.
Marcia, do you have a final comment?
No, but I think that I remember talking years ago about who did RFPs. The town manager was supposed to do RFPs.
I don't know. But
I don't know.
I think that was a question for another night.
Yeah. Well, I'm just not sure.
Well, there must have been an RFP for Amanda, right?
We didn't do it. I don't know. It just seems to me, I don't know enough about what's going on in that office or why it's taking, I think that putting together an RFP for a position that isn't a new position, it's an old position. It could have been done a year or two ago. And so I don't know. I just don't know what exactly Amanda is doing, and I'm going to.
We could, revisit this during budget time, which is when I would think we'd have conversations about this usually anyway. So it's surprising to me to see the pay raise come at this time of year.
Well,
But as Chemo said, maybe that's not so unusual. If you think you deserve it, you just,
No, I don't-
have a pay raise.
I don't know if Kimo was here and heard the Williamsons talking about, the effect of things, and it just seemed like we had people who are going to be struggling with this new, the new appraisals, and those people were saying they were going to have to leave town, and I think.
Right, so I think that's part of the grievance process, which is.
Oh, it is part of the
which is
grievance process.
listers, Right?
Yeah.
So they
But
are gonna
in
have
terms
to
of this
deal with that.
contract, in any organization I've been in, and if you have some temporary help, you usually plan for a period of transition if they're doing something meaningful. I don't know if 6 months is enough or it isn't enough, or if it could be done in less time. So,
Okay, well, anything that opinions that we'd have about this, of course, are our opinions. The listers have to do their work in a way that they understand that they're gonna do it. But I think it is useful for the public. I think it's a difficult conversation tonight, but I think it's useful just to have it and also to make it maybe provide some clarification or an opening for more discussion for the voters, because they're the ones ultimately who decide, that they're going to vote for the listers, and then the listers, carry things out in the way that they're going to do it. So, Cheryl, did you want to come up again?
Just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
One last realization to the having an assessor into the lister's office, that person will come with a tag that will be much greater than Amanda's
Of course.
rate. And so I just want you to realize that going forward to budget for what everybody would like and what the listers would put forth in a budget will be an increase to get someone to come in there. And hopefully the trash stays removed and the air conditioning can be on for someone to work in there.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Priscilla?
I feel as though I've heard the implication that the listers are responsible for the town being so expensive that people might have to move out of town, which is really unfair because the listers are just trying to do the appraisal process. I often say to people, your taxes are what they are because of the budgets that you approve. The listers have a very small part of the overall town budget, and we're the ones who set the tax rate. So I just think that there's this undercurrent of digging at the listers that's really unfair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you for saying.
That was a little out of order, but okay. I think we should move on from this, but thank
Are
you.
we gonna, what about the Lister contract? Were we gonna
Well,
move to,
we-
to direct the
Shall we
town
have a
manager?
motion?
I'll move. I move to direct the town manager to sign the Lister contract, amendable use contract.
Okay,
Second.
hang on a minute. a bit more from you. Okay. So are we ready to vote on this? All right. So, Marcia, how do you vote?
I'm just not comfortable, so I have to say no.
Okay. Kimo,
Yes.
Priscilla,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
and I'm a yes. Okay. Sorry, that was difficult for everybody, but we got through it. Next up is our half-step beer and wine liquor license renewal. And we have to go into recess to become the liquor board. So can someone start that process with a motion?
I move to recess the meeting of the select board at 10:26 PM for the purpose of executing the duties of the local liquor control commissioners under the authority of 7 VSA, section 167 et sec.
Have a second?
I'll second.
And no, in the motion sheet, it said o'clock, but I think it's more accurate to say PM. Okay, let's have a vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Kimo,
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yep.
Matt?
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Okay, could we have the next motion, please?
I move to approve the second-class restaurant / bar license application number 61454 for Uncle Jam Industries.
Have a second?
Second.
Okay, let's have a vote. How do you vote, Marcia?
Yes.
Kimo,
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Now we're gonna close the commission. Have a motion, please.
I move to close the new Norwich Liquor Commission session at 10:27 PM and reconvene the select board meeting.
May I have a second?
I'll second again. What the heck?
Okay. And let's vote. Marcia?
Yes.
Kimo,
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt? And I'm a yes. Okay, our fastest agenda item ever. Now we're on to approving the minutes. Any amendments to the minutes?
Jenny does a great job. Thank you,
Oh,
Jenny.
Jenny's fabulous. Okay, not hearing that there are any amendments. Could I have a motion to approve, please?
I move to approve the minutes for June 25, 2025 as presented.
Second?
Second.
Okay, let's vote. Marcia?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Okay, now we have the AP warrants. Would someone be willing to move that? Lengthy.
I will. I move to approve AP warrant number 1345 in the amount of $297,168.53 to be paid from the general fund. AP warrant number 1345 in the amount of $1,062.75 to be paid from the town reappraisal fund. AP warrant number 1345 in the amount of $9,840 to be paid from the police special equipment fund. AP warrant number 1345 in the amount of $3,121.50 to be paid from the fire equipment fund. AP warrant number 1345 in the amount of $3,747.85 to be paid from expense/emergency reserve fund. AP warrant number 1345 in the amount of,
No, 1348.
sorry, 1348 in the amount of $209.50 to be paid from the general fund. And AP warrant number 1349 in the amount of $158.84 to be paid from the general fund.
May I have a second?
I will second, but I wanted to note that I think Pam's hand is up from something.
Okay. Pam, would you like to speak?
Yes, I'm questioning why expenditures from designated funds are coming out of the general fund. Should they not come out of the designated funds? I'm specifically referring to the Waters Excavation Inc. They are said to come out of designated funds for sidewalk and culvert, and yet they are coming out of general fund accounts. I think they should be coming out of reserve funds. Am I not correct?
Beaver Meadow shoulder.
I think if you go back to the
Which-
February 2024 minutes,
One is,
you'll find that those were approved to come from reserve funds and not from the general fund. So I
Yeah.
would question whether those should be coming from the general fund. It says Waters Excavation, Beaver Meadow Shoulder, coming out of the
Yeah.
designated fund sidewalk, and yet that's not a designated fund account that is referenced there.
okay, thank you.
So
Pam.
on page 148 of the packet, it says Waters Excavation, and then it has where it's supposed to be paid out of. There's 4 different, things.
4 different what?
It looks like it.
4 different checks.
Well, yeah, it looks like the designated fund sidewalk is meant to be paid, paying out $36,550. I don't know, I gotta catch up on this now.
Now that, if I may, so
Yes.
that was the motion that came out. I think it was Priscilla made the motion back when we were talking about the planning for this. I can't even remember what year it was, but that was the minutes that I brought it to Barry, I think, with the invoice that said this is where this is coming from.
Hold on.
I don't have much clarity on this.
Was there money
Well-
put aside for the sidewalk?
It was a designated, I believe it was a designated fund for the sidewalks. And the motion was that was what was going to be used for the Beaver Meadow Road shoulder project.
Oh, I see.
The pedestrian path.
Yeah,
Because it's somewhat similar
Okay.
to sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay.
does that answer the question? Or,
Pam, are you satisfied with that? Or? I don't know if she's still there.
you're
Hand
muted.
is still up.
I'm sorry,
you're-
the motion was to take the funds out of Fund 54, the culvert fund, and Fund 57, the sidewalk fund. That motion was passed on February 24 of 2024. I went back and researched the records, and that is not what is in this particular AP warrant. So I would request that those accounts be corrected before these amounts are paid.
It says designated fund sidewalk.
Right. Item number 6, Beaver Meadow Road Shoulder and Culvert Project Award and Expenditure Request. Move to contract with Waters Excavation in the amount of $58,152.78 for the Beaver Meadow Road Shoulder and Culvert Project, with $22,645.28 coming from Fund 54 Culvert Fund and $35,507.50 from Fund 27 Sidewalk Fund, with reimbursement to Fund 54 Culvert Fund of $18,116.22 coming from a V-Trans Grants and Aid grant, as outlined in the February 5, 2025 email from the town manager. Second by Callaway. Yes, Arnold, Callaway, Leighton, Smith, motion passed. So
So this-
these are
this
not
amount-
correctly appropriated to the reserve funds that were approved by the board on February 24, 2024.
Are these amounts reflected in this larger, that's a question for Brennan. A larger amount of 297,168.53 that the sidewalk
I'm trying to find a page, what page are we on?
Page
148.
Next to the last, and it says designated fund sidewalk.
Right.
36,500, not
But
5.
it's not, it's two different things. It's the culvert grant one right above it as well.
Yeah,
And
I think this is getting confused with,
Well, you need to go back to the February 24, 2024 minutes where the board approved that these would come out of reserve funds and make sure that the reserve funds are charged for these expenditures and not take them out of the general fund. That is my point.
why don't I work with the finance department tomorrow to make sure that this has been done properly, but that's all I can tell you tonight, I think.
So if we approve that they are, the expenses are paid from the general fund. I'm assuming that the amounts and the purpose that Pam is referring to must be part of the larger amount from the SAP warrant 1345. Is that likely?
Right there.
These are funds that are set aside as reserve funds
I'm
to
not
pay
seeing
for
it in
these
the motion.
expenses.
Or not.
And so you should
Yes.
be charging the reserve funds, not the general
Okay.
fund.
So, right, so it sounds to me as though some of the items included in this larger amount to be paid from the general fund should be recorded in that way, and others should be coming from designated funds. So how does that affect? Oh, I was making this motion tonight. Is this an accounting error that could be corrected and reported back to us, or what? I mean, we can ask. you know,
Your
we
motion
approve
needs
this-
to reflect that you are taking
I think
reserve
maybe I
funds.
can explain this, okay?
Hang on a minute. Yeah,
So,
working on
so we have multiple charges here, all right? We
Right.
have the 36.5, which I believe is the amount that was coming out of our designated fund for sidewalks.
Okay,
That's
36.5.
the culvert piece was not taken out of a designated fund. That was taken out of the culvert fund. And I believe we even might have a grant to reimburse that. So,
a part of it.
so that was what was discussed when we decided to move forward with the contract for the services of Waters to do the projects. So I guess I'm still unclear as to what Pam is stating is incorrect here.
Madam Chair,
Presumably,
if
she
I
thinks
may,
there needs to
Madam
be a
Chair.
separate AP warrant from,
Hang on a minute.
presumably she thinks there needs to be a separate AP warrant for the designated fund sidewalk.
Right. And that's kind of what we do with what we're doing with all the other stuff here.
The board passed the motion to use reserve funds, and therefore the general fund should not be charged. The reserve funds should be charged, and they should be on separate warrants, as Matt just stated. So I would suggest that you adjust your motion to make these changes so that the appropriate reserve funds are charged and that we do not take this out of our operating capital.
But the only, I would agree with that with the designated fund sidewalk. The only question mark that I have is that above it, it doesn't actually reference the culvert designated fund. It references culvert grant. And the number there is 22,645.28, which is slightly greater than the reimbursement grant that I think that you were referencing in the letter that you were talking
You
about.
have to follow the motion that was passed by the select board on February 24 of 2024. You cannot deviate from select board motions. They specifically said this was to come from Fund 57 and Fund 54 and Fund 27. And therefore, that's where that money should be pulled and not from the general fund. The board has no authority, department have any authority to change the motion made by the board over a year ago. You have to follow the motion. So if there's a grant to offset those expenses, fantastic. But you have to follow the motion, Fund 54 and Fund 27. And typically those are put on separate AP warrants to show that those are being drawn down on those reserve funds. This was not done correctly, and the board motion tonight to approve this needs to incorporate the correction to take these from the correct funds.
How about, again, I don't think we're gonna solve this tonight. So I think we either don't approve this part of the warrant, we just hold it and we bring it back in, or we approve it with the caveat that the town manager will work with finance office tomorrow to clarify where the correct funding should be removed, should be withdrawn.
So if we carved out the amount that's coming from the general fund and brought that back in a restructured.
I want to make sure that what Pam is saying is making sense, and I want to talk with Barry about that.
Well,
Okay.
all you have to do is look at the board minutes.
I don't really want to argue with
We're
Pam
not
over
gonna-
the.
Yeah, Pam, thank you for your input. We're gonna try to fix this, but we're not gonna probably specifically.
I will happily send you an excerpt from those minutes.
Okay, but we're not gonna do that at 2011 tonight. We're gonna try to pass what we can that's correct, and I think carve out what's not and try to fix it and bring it back. So, I'm wondering the larger amount, the 297, 168, 53, I assume has certain things, certain items that need to come from designated funds and certain that don't. Is that true?
So there's.
Yes, but I don't think it's 100% clear, which should be subtracted.
So what I'm thinking is to carve that part out of the motion and have Brennan and Barry look it over and restructure it and bring it back, that part of it. But everything else in the motion seems to be from a fund properly attributed. So if we just take out that larger amount.
Just take out that whole warrant,
Well,
1345.
Take out that, number 1345. So take that one out, but get the other ones approved because they seem to be proper. And then just bring back the other one restructured.
So I need to withdraw the motion.
Well,
and remake it.
you could, I think it could be a friendly amendment that you could make if you want and see if Matt agrees with that. It would be to carve out that piece of it.
So just so I'm clear, so we're pulling all $297,000 out of this warrant.
Well, it's a huge amount.
I think we're
know,
gonna have
that's-
timing issues, payment issues there. I would be hesitant to do that.
Can we authorize the chair to sign this when you get it fixed tomorrow?
Can you do a DocuSign?
Yeah, does that work for you, Mary?
Yes. Okay.
Let's do that then. Let's have this.
Do we need to have any of the,
All right, can I do a friendly amendment to myself?
yes.
Okay, I move to approve. I move to authorize the chair to sign the AP warrant number 1345 or the corrected warrant, warrant paren S paren, in the amount of $297,168.53. Semicolon.
Don't get too complicated.
Nope, then AP warrant 1345 in the amount, the rest of it
Okay.
stays the same.
The rest stays the same. So but where you said warrants, that
I'm-
part, can you clarify that?
Yeah, because I don't know whether it's gonna, that 297,000 is gonna break up into two or more warrants, or if it's going to be just one. So I move to authorize the chair to sign the AP warrant bracket S bracket,
But do you have to,
AP warrant or warrants.
okay, but they're not going to be named the same. One will be 1345 and one will be something else.
Okay, so I move to authorize the chair to sign the AP warrant or warrants in the total amount of $297,168.53, semicolon. And the rest of it stays the same. Does that do it?
I think so. We might need to hear it one more time because we're all tired.
I move to authorize the chair to sign the AP warrant or warrants in the amount of $297,168.53, semicolon.
Okay, and then Matt would have to agree to your amendment. How does it sound to you, Matt?
Sure. Are we clumping this with the all the others that were correct?
Yes.
Yes. So after the semicolon, everything else stays the same.
Sure, but does that mean that then you sign all of them, or that we sign all of them but the one next week?
But those.
Yeah.
Everything but.
Okay. As long as we're all in agreement what it means.
Okay.
Second.
Yeah. I said to sign warrants that total 297,000.
Right.
The rest of them we signed tonight.
Great. Sounds good.
Okay,
Thank you for catching this.
yes. All right, let's vote on this motion. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes?
Chemo?
Yes.
Scylla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
Did everyone vote on the first round of that? I know Callaway moved and Switch seconded.
Oh, we didn't vote on it.
No, we didn't vote on it. We amended it. And so did you catch that part that Marcia just said?
Oh, yeah, no, I got that. I just didn't know if the.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It was,
basically.
she did it, I seconded it, and then we had discussion and we brought Pam into the discussion.
Yeah, you can, yes.
Okay.
She doesn't have to put it in twice.
No, no.
Okay, cool.
Okay. All right.
It's not too friendly. You have to put it in twice.
I can't find the motion that she's referring to
She'll,
anywhere.
she'll send it.
Yeah,
I think.
okay.
Oh, that Pam is talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, you can work that out with her,
I will.
I think, tomorrow. We'll just get this straightened out. Okay, so next we have received correspondence. We received correspondence from Marcia Callaway about the fact that zoning bylaws can be approved either by select board or by the voters. You can set it up either way, yes?
So I would like to suggest that that be on the next agenda
Okay,
so that we can decide. I think that we're going to have more zoning bylaws coming. That's what we were told. And it would be, I think, good for the town to vote for these things so that they understand and really think about it, rather than 5 people, because zoning bylaws change what the town looks like.
okay. Now, the ones that are presently being considered slow down from the state, so there might not be much discretion by the voters, but I think it's a worthwhile conversation to have.
Yeah.
So, okay. Future agenda item there. Peter Orner talked about on his correspondence, summer speeding, that there's still speeding and traffic calming needed.
Can I say something about that?
Sure.
Monday, June 23rd, just a few minutes after 5 p.m., I was coming into town at the intersection of 5 and 10A. There was no other car in sight, and suddenly from behind me came a red car with a couple of young men and Vermont plates, and they zoomed past me.
They came from behind and went through the intersection?
Went through the red light
Wow.
and into town. And
Norwich, not Hanover.
Norwich. And I saw on the handy dandy speed thing, they were about 45 miles an hour when they hit there.
Wow.
And I had just said to Brennan recently how I had seen so many officers around, just, you know, and it was great. But it occurred to me as I sat there watching this unfold, that the only way we can stop this kind of thing, I think, is if we have security cameras everywhere, because you can't.
Like license plate readers or something.
Yeah, because otherwise they issue tickets, because you cannot possibly have patrolmen everywhere, right? This is gonna happen. So I appreciate what Peter's saying, but I don't know what the solution is, because, you know, I was horrified.
Okay.
I like, when I read his thing and his suggestion about just putting, the fog lines are a good idea. I think Brennan might have, did I remember that you responded to this and said that it's on the plan?
I've talked to
Yeah, okay,
Peter
yeah,
previously.
yeah.
We have a plan to put some signage up and to do some striping along that section.
Yeah, I think that's
probably
great.
in August.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. And like the thought of visualizing having a couple of crosswalks around there, I think will slow some people down. Because I think some people are triggered to like at least slow down at crosswalks because there might be people. But great,
Yeah, but look at,
paint's cheap.
look what I just had. There was a crosswalk right in front of them, a red light.
Right, the one by the Triman's house. Yeah,
Right.
the townhouses.
2 young men in a red car.
Do you know them?
Thought you were gonna say a red Jeep passed you.
So we've been aware of the somebody for a while. We want to, at some point, have an agenda item, or put this in the parking lot or something.
I think it's
Worse than it's been in the past.
It just seems to be a constant problem.
Always has been.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hmm.
We Made 5 million speed humps, I think, to tame it, but I don't know. Well, maybe we'll notice that, we should probably revisit that at some point.
Yeah.
Other correspondence from Stephen Hepburn.
Don't forget Cheryl's listers update.
I'm getting to that.
Oh, sorry.
okay?
I have them in
I
different
didn't
order.
do it in the order that it came into the packet, so that might be the confusion. So Stephen Hepburn, would like to have some more guidance about Finance Committee procedures and the charge. And I think that could possibly be an agenda item for next time. Then can Charles Lindbergh's letter that the 2025 abstract has been filed with the town clerk, changing assessment letters from the mail. Other two pieces of correspondence were from Alexa Manning, concerned with edits of the animal control ordinance, and Jenny Barba, who strongly supports off-leash activity with dogs on Huntley Meadow, but being respectful of the sports fields. So, yes, Marsha?
With regard to Stephen Hepburn's rules of procedures, they don't cite the state ethics code, which is new,
Okay,
and policy on reporting should disappear because it
right.
just disappeared.
So I'm thinking maybe an agenda item to clarify that. Maybe
Well, he's specifically requested
he's requested
one about the designation of the town treasurer as a non-voting ex officio member, and the other about their rules of
And the other
procedure
is
for
procedure.
review and feedback.
Okay, well, I'm just asking you guys, I'm inclined to put it on.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it, but I need, let's see, a motion to receive.
I move to receive all correspondence.
Second, please.
Second,
Okay, I'll vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Emo?
yes.
Dawn?
Yes.
Matt? Yeah. And I'm a yes. Oh, our lovely number 16, have a motion for adjournment.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Okay, second.
Second.
And let's do our voting.